Yeah, I just sent you. Okay, good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. It's actually 12 o'clock p.m. It's Wednesday, July 24th. This is the Board of Commissioners' regular meeting, broadcasting from beautiful downtown Burbank, where the smog is thick as pea soup. Okay, do we have any additions or deletions from the agenda other than our location? I should correct that to be
riding his
Aspen.
bike on the highway, breathing in
Yeah,
fumes.
I've been breathing toxic fumes getting in here.
Yeah, unless Rye has any, there are no additions or deletions to the agenda. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open this to public comment. We've got 3 minutes per speaker. Please come on down, raise your hand. I see candidates. Rachel, come on down. Thank you for coming in.
Red light on? Right light on?
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to the Board of County Commissioners for this time. My name is Rachel Richards. I live at 816 Hunter Creek in Aspen. I wanted to drop off a copy of the letter that CDOT sent to Aspen on July 10th in response to their questions about the entrance to Aspen. I'm not sure if your partners in the EOTC and RAFTA have already forwarded to you, but here, Rye, if you could pass it down to the chair.
Thanks, Rachel.
It says quite clearly in no uncertain terms that CDOT will need to have an EIS, a NEPA process done to approve anything different or new on the entrance to Aspen. And they also made it clear that whatever proposal or new concept might run through the EIS process, it needs to match the commitments and benefits made to mass transit in the standing record of decision. So I'm here today to talk to you about the smoke we have in the air coming down from Canada. It is not the wildfires in California and it's not the wildfires in Oregon, but it reminds all of us that we live in wildfire country. And as an Aspen resident, I know the roads are totally inadequate for an evacuation as necessary. And if anybody has seen the fire in Paradise or the CNN documentary on that, you'll find that embers travel well over a mile to start new fires, and they advance more quickly than people can safely evacuate. So now that CDOT has said that no, a category exclusion is out of the works, and no, we can't just build this, I want to talk about timelines a little bit. The Federal Infrastructure and Investment Act was passed in November of 2021, and the money started flowing into Colorado for shovel-ready, NEPA-approved projects. In May of 2023, the new city council had an opportunity to enter NEPA, and they could have entered NEPA at the same time they were developing the 3-lane bridge solution. But now they didn't. We've lost 14 months. And now to vet that project and compare it to future traffic growth will take another couple of years. So I'm very concerned about the fire exit for our town and fire evacuation. I'm more concerned about the wasted time. And I hope the Board of County Commissioners will start taking the needs of Aspenites for safe fire evacuation seriously, as well as the needs to fix the road, and restore perhaps your commitment to the climate emergency, where the transportation sector is one of the larger emitters of greenhouse and fossil gases, and your commitment to helping manage traffic growth in the future. The new EIS will require outreach to people who've been avoided before, because there has not been a single public comment session on the Friends of Merle 3-lane solution idea held yet in 14 months. And so I just want to let you know again that the city was told in March, with a March letter from CDOT, that they would need an EIS. But instead they decided to spend more money and staff time going back to CDOT once again to say, but what about if we self-funded it? So we now have effectively told CDOT we really don't need their money to build the new entrance, whatever it ends up being. And the design effectively told CDOT that we believe, Aspen believes, it needs a 4-lane exit from town, 2 lanes for general traffic to be sufficient in the modern era. I don't believe those things. I think we should continue to manage traffic growth, and I think we can vastly continue to improve RAFTA and RAFTA services, turnaround times, and efficiency. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and the board for your time and attention. I truly appreciate it.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel.
That's very valuable, and thank you for giving us a copy of the letter. We heard about the letter, but we hadn't seen
It was 2
it.
weeks ago, and it's posted online. I
Right.
would have thought they would have sent it to their partners here.
Right,
Thank you.
and your timely comment about wildfire and smoke has been heard. Thank you. Okay, next, Ellen, come on up.
Hey, everybody. Ellen Anderson, Aspen Village, and I want to talk about process. I've tried very hard to do what you guys have said. Let me just give you 3 very quick examples. I wrote you an email about what I suggested for the safety task force. Never heard anything back. 2 weeks ago, I brought to your attention the emerging science on nanoparticles, and you said write to Kurt Dahl. I did that. Haven't gotten a reply. I also wrote an email about a process in the Airport Advisory Board where one of the members argued that public comments should not be taken at the end of the meeting, which distressed me because for those of us who sit through the meeting, that's our chance to say something. And if there's been misinformation in the meeting, that's our chance to try to correct it from our standpoint. And then, so it's about the process. How can the public have intelligent dialogue with you guys? It seems like we come here, we have our 3 minutes, I do what you say, we do what you say, and then it just sort of goes into a black hole. I don't get feedback, and it's very frustrating. I put a lot of time into it. I ran into a county commissioner on the street the other day, and they said, quite rightly, from their standpoint, you know, the meetings are long, we're too tired. And then one thing that was a little discouraging to me was I said, well, it's kind of your job to listen. And they said, well, we don't get paid
It
enough.
was me, and I disclosed that to the board, so the board knows.
It was cordial, but that did, and I told you at the time, that was discouraging to me, to hear that you just were too tired and anyway, that's the situation. So let's move forward. How can we fix this? And I have some suggestions. Would it be possible for you guys maybe to have office hours where the public could come in and there can be a point, counterpoint? Because that's the problem. You know, the public makes a point and then we write an email and I don't get a response. I ask for a response and I don't get it. Or maybe there could be public comment in work sessions. I really would like you guys to just give us 3 minutes at the end of meetings for public comment if we're sitting through a whole meeting like you are, because there is stuff that we can't comment on before. We can't count on before because it was on the agenda. It's kind of a catch-22. So my question to you is, and I want to work together with you on this, how can we facilitate informed, respectful, educated, point, counterpoint with the county commissioners and the public? Because from my experience, I write and then it just goes into a black hole. So could it be an agenda item, or how can we move forward so that the public feels heard? I know I'm not going to get my way. That's not the point. I want to feel heard. That's the issue. I want, as a member of the public, to feel heard. Can we put it as an agenda item?
Thank you.
I'm confused. I don't know what you want put. Can I, what do you want put as an agenda item?
What system can we set up so that the public can actually have a conversation with the county commissioners instead of just coming and making a comment and then there's no point counterpoint?
I meet with constituents all the time. I think we all do.
Do I? Well,
I don't know. Do you ever call and set up a meeting with any of us?
I have in the past, yes, but you can only talk to 1 or 2. I think it's
Right,
2
right.
at the most.
Yeah.
How can we have meetings with the county commissioners where all of you weigh in and
It
talk?
has to be a noticed public meeting, and it has to be,
Okay, can it be like an agenda item? I'm trying to come to solutions.
Yeah,
How can we?
I
how
don't
can-
understand what the agenda item would be, Ellen. By the way, I'm pretty sure I've answered all your letters.
well, and I've sent them on to
Well,
public
I
health.
sent
and to-
3 in the last 3 weeks to all you county commissioners and said, I hope to hear from you, and I haven't heard. I sent it to all of you,
Heard
each
from me.
individually.
So what would be the topic? What would you call whatever,
Agenda
a forum
item.
or whatever?
Well, I know, thank you for letting me go over 3 minutes, and thank you for this back and forth. This is exactly what I want, so we can work together on it. Perhaps an agenda item where it's just open discussion with members of the public, where there's actually discussion instead of somebody making a point, and then you have to wait 2 weeks to come back and make a point again.
I actually have quite a bit of sympathy with your perspective, and I do think that there could be ways for us to have back and forth. It is frustrating to me sometimes with open comments, that public comments, that there's no response to them. It is frustrating for me. So I would be open to discussing together if there is something we can do.
Like we
You know,
did
Like putting
yesterday.
it on an agenda and are discussing it to see if there's some way we can give a little bit more access, or maybe a lot more access, to the public to have comments. I'd be willing to have that discussion with the commissioners, not with the public initially, but with the commissioners.
We
Thank you.
talked about
Thanks,
it
Francie.
yesterday and
Yeah, we did
looking
talk
into
about
it,
it.
so.
Yeah.
Or perhaps.
Ellen, thank you for bringing this.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
There are a lot of issues here. There's fairness to other public comment.
Sure.
There's several things we need to consider in doing it. I think this was constructed in order to be fair. It might be frustrating, but it's not that you can't speak out. You can write letters, you can make phone calls, you can stand on a soapbox on the mall and say what you need to say. Nobody's inhibiting you from doing that. What you really want to do is have a meeting with all the commissioners. We can't offer that to everybody, can we? I don't think we can. Maybe we'll at some point schedule a public forum. And
Yeah,
maybe
public
that's
forum.
a suggestion we would take. So then people could come in and, maybe there's an opportunity to do that, but I want to figure out and I want to understand what's fair.
Yeah,
So,
not just me,
yeah.
any member of the public.
Yeah,
To have a
thank you for that.
conversation.
I appreciate you coming
Okay.
in.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment in the room? I see none.
Steve looks like he has.
Steve has a commissioner comment. All right, is it on this topic, Steve? You could add on if you want to pile on.
Well, I was going to suggest that, I think that having the public forum, with the public having an intercourse with BoCC about a topic would be appropriate. And then it could be any member of the public. Just for instance, maybe it could be about moving the runway over, the airport improvements might be a topic. Or it might be a topic about how to improve the communications. But have one specific topic, and that's the public forum. Maybe we set it up for an agenda item for a half an hour or something. And then any member of the public who wants to come and be part of that discussion could do that. I would not have it be an open-ended about any topic, but really narrow in on one specific thing that we would really like to get more feedback from the public on. And it would be their chance to air their ideas with not being limited to the 3 minutes public comment without getting feedback from us, immediate feedback. I think that would really be worth exploring that.
Thank you, Steve. I think we'll ask the rest of the board and we'll schedule some time to talk about it and we'll try to move something forward. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to make a comment online? Haven't checked in with them lately. *9 if you, I don't see anybody who looks new here. *9 to raise your hand. I'm going to bring it back and take it to commissioner comments.
I just want to clarify, Greg.
Patty, go
I want to
ahead.
clarify, thank you, Ellen, but my conversation with Ellen, when I said we're too tired, I said after we've been sitting in this meeting room from noon to sometimes 6, 7 o'clock at night, and we've already had public comment at the beginning of our regular meetings, public comment with our second readings on things, and sometimes we even offer public comment on single reading items for the public. It's not really a good time at the end of the meeting to be wrapping up discussions, I don't think, because the public never knows when we're going to be done. So the public would have to sit through anywhere from 5 to 8 hours of meeting time, which God bless them for doing so, but it's not always easy to do. So that's what I said when I said to Ellen, and that I, myself, not speaking for the board, was not comfortable with doing public comment at the end of meetings when we offered at the beginning and during meetings. And sometimes even during work sessions, it's up to the discretion of the chairman of the board. But as far as the AAB meetings, I said I would like to see some consistency in how they run their meetings and how we run ours, so the public has an idea as to public comment in both those meetings. So that was my conversation.
Thank you.
And I thanked Ellen for the amazing amount of time, enormous amount of time she spends getting in touch with us. And Ellen, just so you know, I've been sending on things that you give us to appropriate, like the nanoparticles, which today we've got a lot of them, and there's no way we can control nanoparticles, just so people know, because they're very, very finite, they're very tiny. I know a lot about PM10 and PM5 and PM2.5, so it's difficult, but we understand your concerns, and that's, sometimes we just send them on to staff, and we'll need to follow up with staff to see if they've responded. So thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Patty. Commissioner comments, Patty or Francie?
I do
Kelly?
have
I'm
one.
staring at you saying Patty.
Well, I've been noticing that politicians all over the country, Democratic politicians and some Republicans, such as John Kasich, have been endorsing Kamala Harris. And even though it won't make the slightest bit of difference to anybody in the world, I'm really excited to endorse Kamala Harris.
Thanks, Francie. Appreciate that. I think it will make a difference. Kelly.
Well, I guess I'll comment on two things we're talking about here at the board. I'm very glad that we have a competitive presidential election.
No kidding.
Yes.
I think the American people deserve it. I worry that our democracy may be very fragile if we're hanging in the thread of one race to determine the future of our democracy. I think we need to have a serious conversation as a country about how we strengthen our systems, the way we elect people, the way democracy functions, to preserve it for future generations. Related to the comment about access to our board for public comment, I'm going to play a little bit of a devil's advocate on this. I think we should have a conversation about it. I worry a little bit that if we have kind of an open forum with 5 board members, any topics can come up where relevant staff will not be present or attending. Direction will be given, agenda items will be decided, and we just have to be thoughtful about how we might construct that type of conversation so where we aren't kind of doing those things in a way that is not thoughtful or is not considering work behind the scenes that we are not always privy to. And so I just would be open to that. I would offer maybe perhaps another way for us to think about this is if we have better board appointments or kind of board recognition for topical areas. I feel like it makes sense for members of the public to contact me and Francie if they want to talk about APSHA. It makes sense if they want to talk to Patty about ACRA. It makes sense if they want to talk to Greg about RAFTA. And then we elevate those conversations typically to the rest of the board. I can see how there are topics where we don't have identified board members for the public to kind of have direct access to elevate those conversations, perhaps the airport being one. I'm sure if someone has a concern about the landfill, we haven't identified a board member who should take on landfill concerns as a representative of the public. So perhaps that's another way to think about giving greater access to the public to elevate their concerns in a more conversant way without violating open rules or open meetings rules and things like that.
Greg, can
Thanks,
I add real
Kelly.
quick?
Patty's going to add on, and I'm going to
Just real
Steve.
quick, historically, we did have hours that we would meet here way back. And so a board member would come in and sit, and very few people ever came in. So that, we tried that, and it didn't work. I'm in the office a lot because I live so close by. So, and I tend to lots of people who meet me in the stairwell and the elevator and the front on the sidewalk, and mostly for direction on which staff person to talk to. So it's not that we're not available. Everybody has our phone numbers, our email numbers, and we encourage and invite people to get in touch with us about their concerns.
Thanks, Patty. Steve.
Patty does a great job telling us those conversations.
I pass everything on to my board when I've been stopped by people. Mostly it's pretty entertaining.
Go ahead, Steve.
I'd like to add one thing on
Well,
that.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. It's still morning here in Alaska, 2 hours earlier than you are. Sorry, I had trouble getting in through the hotspot on the internet today, but I finally got on. So I am in McCarthy, Alaska, which, if you can imagine, Marble being about a 2-hour drive on a rough road from the nearest paved state highway. And there's all kinds of people. The main form of transportation here is four-wheelers. There are some vehicles over here, but it's in one of the most beautiful places in the whole world, I think, in the Wrangell St. Elias National Park. We're right on the border of that. It's the largest national park in the United States and has Mount Blackburn is the highest mountain here. I think it's over, it's close to 18,000 feet elevation. There's quite a few glaciers around here. It's an amazing place to be. The internet connection can be sketchy here, as you all know, because I've come to meetings from here before. So I probably will turn, I might have to turn off my video at times, but I will, even if I turn off the video, I will be attending the whole meeting here on my end. And I will do my best to have clear communications for the entire meeting. So thank you, everybody. We'll
Thanks,
enjoy
Steve.
the meeting.
Steve, if you see a moose or a grizzly bear, turn your camera back on.
We want to watch.
I will do that. Just down the road about a couple weeks ago, our daughter and my granddaughter and her husband were driving along, and a brown bear, they call them brown bears here, it's really a grizzly bear, came racing along and killed a calf moose right in the middle of the road, right in front of them. They were sitting there watching this whole thing
Oh my God.
happen,
That's
just like
amazing.
half a mile here from their house. So it's definitely some wildlife things happening here.
Watch out for the mosquitoes. Okay, I'm going to go to Francie.
The mosquitoes are fierce this year, and they still love me. I've been wearing a head net almost everywhere I go outside. They are like just after me and not after other people.
You're sweeter than they are. Thanks, Steve. Francie.
I want to make one quick comment about our office hours for commissioners, and then I want to talk about bears. So I feel like I'm available 24 hours a day by telephone, and I get phone calls all the time. So I feel like I'm accessible. So I was running Shoshone and Grizzly the other day, Saturday or Sunday, and we looked up, and on the railroad tracks was a mother bear and two cubs. And the bear was the biggest, I'm assuming it was a black bear because of where we are. It was the biggest black bear I've ever seen. It was not black, it was very brown, and it had the humped shoulders and the blonde like a grizzly bear has. It's the closest thing to a grizzly bear I've seen since I last saw a grizzly bear in Alaska. It was amazing. And one of the cubs was injured, so the mother was ahead, and then the little cub behind her, and then the other little cub was slower and limping, and the brother or sister stopped and waited and looked back, and then the mom turned around, and it was just the dearest thing. And we were able to watch them for at least 5 full minutes. It was incredible. It was really great.
Didn't jump out of the boat and go save that bear?
No, but I'm really hoping that a train didn't come along.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. We were having dinner the other night, and a bear just sauntered behind us at the outdoor restaurant. So they're out and about. This morning I had 3 massive bull elk in the driveway, and it was so beautiful to see these guys. And they are huge, and they're
like
well
your
protected in our neighborhood. I just want to alert everybody to that. I wanted to bring up a couple things. As Francie said, I feel, and I explain this job as an all-the-time job. We have our hours, we have our days of week when we're expected to be at meetings, we have our various boards we're on, but I think it's an all-the-time job. That doesn't mean we're always on, but it means we're always available. And I talk to people, I've had text exchanges at 3 in the morning, regrettably, but we're here and we're available, and I want to make sure the public does understand that. I'll take the landfill. The one thing about, I just wanted to bring up, and we'll have this conversation, there are fairness issues in public conversation and public comment in front of the entire board, and we need to make sure what we're doing is fair to other public, because as we know, some people can come in, and if you want the last word and nobody else is there, they'll probably think that's unfair. So, and finally, CLEAR is having an event on the 22nd of August. It's an important meeting, a climate-related meeting. They're bringing in elected officials and representatives from the state energy office and others to talk about policy related to climate change and climate mitigation. I would like to ask my board if they would support us sponsoring it in a small way to help them offset the cost of that, to join all of the other sponsors. And, we'd be on their letterhead. I do know CORE is participating with them. I'll be participating in the conference as well. And it's a public, open event to the public. I think it's a $50 fee for the day. But I'd like the county to sponsor that to at a nominal amount of $1,000.
I thought you
And I'm
said
wondering-
Can I take a second to read who the other sponsors are? I think that would be helpful for
Sure,
us.
you'd be welcome to.
defer
Yeah.
to
It's
open
Garfield Clean Energy,
We
Holy
can
Cross.
defer it to open discussion. You can all
Okay.
think about it.
There
That's fine.
aren't that
I
many.
thought you
but-
dropped it to 500 when
That's
we were
their
in the STEM.
minimum.
Oh,
That's their minimum. So that's all I've got. And so I think we can actually begin the meeting.
that's,
Thank you all for sitting there.
And I'm sorry, I've been in meetings all morning, so I'm
Right.
going to have a bite to eat.
Please
since
do.
I have
Go
not
right
had a
ahead.
chance.
Just don't chew loudly. Okay. Uh, I'm a little slap happy from the smoke today. Just so you know. Consent items.
Blame it on the
these are- Yeah,
smoke,
I'll blame it on the smoke. It's hypoxia the rest of the time. Minutes of July 10th regular meeting and July 16th special meeting. I'm going to need a conversation about that or a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve. I did make one addition, which Sam has so kindly corrected for me, to add Terry Paulson, to add Terry's last name under public comment.
Right. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. With the amendment, any other conversation about the minutes? Not seeing any. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Okay, Patty and then Kelly on that. Okay, next up is individual consideration items. One reading, first one, resolution establishing Pitkin County as a local authorizing authority for emergency medical services. And Jeanette is here.
Hi, Jeanette.
And Gabe is here. Oh, this must be serious. You guys don't come out just for anything.
Looking tan, Gabe.
Thanks. Paddleboarding in the area is awesome right about this time.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Jeanette Jones, the manager's office. And before you today is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, establishing Pitkin County as a local authorizing authority for emergency medical services. And joining me at the table here is Gabe Muthing. I hope I'm saying your
You are,
name
very
right, correct. And virtually, we have Richard Cornelius and Phyllis Matthijs. So I have prepared an agenda item summary because we have these professionals here. I'm going to give them the opportunity to give an overview of the resolution and why it's before you today. And I believe Richard was going to start out, and also, again, Gabe is here, and Phyllis is out there somewhere.
Great.
in the
Thank you.
cyber
Thanks,
world.
Richard. Thank you for being here.
Floating around out there somewhere.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as I shared with you during the last meeting when this was discussed, there was a Senate Bill 22225 that essentially authorized the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, effective on July 1st, 2024, to license ground ambulance services, and then the ambulances that are associated with those services would be also permitted from the CDPHE. I'm happy to report the CDPHE has taken over that responsibility and issued over 211, I believe, different services licenses. And they're approaching approximately 2,000 vehicles or ambulances that have been permitted. They're currently visiting with agencies just to make sure that they have the support that they need for the transitional period and are able to start to come in compliance with the new rules. Some of those rules are effective July 1st, 2024. Some of those would not be implemented until July 1st, 2026, just to give those agencies time to come in compliance based on some equipment that they would need to purchase. As I shared with you during the last meeting, the one thing that you need to decide as a Board of County Commissioners is whether or not you want to opt in and issue a local authorization to operate. Any ambulance service that is licensed in the state of Colorado and has a valid license from the CDPHE would in theory be able to operate in any county, regardless if you opt in or opt out, so long as they are not meeting the definition of operating on a regular basis. With that being said, any licensed service that meets the definition of an operating on a regular basis would need to obtain permission from the county with an authorization to operate if the county opts in. The deadline for that is August 1st. Pickens County MTAC does recommend that the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners does opt in and issues an authorization to operate. And I would be happy to answer any other questions regarding that recommendation.
Great, thank you. I think what we'll do is go to Gabe next, and then we can see if the board has questions on this.
Perfect. I'll just add on a little bit to what Richard was saying, is that, we really do, we're very appreciative of the state taking on just general licensing for ambulance services, for EMS services around the state. This really does give us a lot of freedom, I guess, if you will, to be able to utilize EMS services throughout the state, make sure there are good standards for operations. So we're really looking forward to it. However, one of the things that we do ask is this authorizing entity for you all to pass today, hopefully. And what that does is it still allows us a little bit of control from a county perspective. We do have a large amount of special events. We have a large amount of services here, and we want to make sure that we maintain a good EMS system in our area and in our county. This allows us to do that. It essentially will assure that any agency that comes in, any other ambulance service that comes in, essentially notifies us and works with us with our current trauma system, our current EMS system, and allows us to have the best system possible to provide the best care to our citizens and tourists. So we really do see this as a positive thing, and certainly I hope that you'll agree with that.
Great, thank you. Questions from the board? Kelly?
Yes, just curious, what does that look like from a permittee standpoint? Like they're doing the Ride the Rockies and they're coming through with their own EMT. What does that look like for them?
That's a great question. So one of the provisions in this is that an EMS service is licensed within the state and can still operate in any county as long as they're not operating on a regular basis. And that regular basis threshold, Richard, keep me honest here, is 10 visits to a county. And anything less than that, they wouldn't have to notify. So we would ask, and most of the time I think what we'll see is most EMS agencies, if they do come through our area on something like Ride the Rockies, would still make a notification to us and let us know that they'll be in the area, let us advise them on anything from communications to local protocols to local trauma systems. So again, this is really just a notification piece is what we're really looking for, and more than anything, almost a forced partnership. And that they really need to work well within our system. So from a permitting standpoint, if they did want to operate within our county on a much more regular basis over 10 times a year, then they would have to present and get a permit to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Good question.
Yeah, it seems that the protocol I always see whenever you're with professionals visiting in other communities, they check in with the locals. And it just seems like that's probably how it works.
Absolutely,
normally.
absolutely. And certainly we have a complex area to perform in, not only from our topography, but our communications, our hospital systems. So we really just want to, forge a really great partnership. This helps us do that.
Excellent, thank you. Comments, other comments?
Mr. Chair, if I could just provide one point
please.
of clarification. I apologize for the background noise.
Yeah,
The
please.
state's defining operating on a regular basis as 12
Well,
or more times in a calendar
keeping you
year,
honest.
12 or more times.
I ask you.
Gabe's
Thank you,
trying to get it
Richard.
down to 10.
You were only off by 20%.
I would
No
say,
problem.
I'll get there.
Was it 20? Okay, I'm gonna ask for a motion. I don't think this is a hard one
I
to
would
think
be
about.
more than happy to make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, establishing Pickens County as a local authorizing authority for emergency medical services.
Second.
I've got
And thank you, gentlemen.
Patty and then Kelly, all in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks for this info.
Thank you all. It's unanimous.
Great, thank you all.
Thank you for the
Appreciate your
information.
support.
Rest of your summer.
Yeah,
Thanks, Gabe. Good to see you. Be safe out there.
Thank you this summer, right. Okay, up next, we have a resolution authorizing the county manager's office to submit a grant application to the Department of Local Affairs Energy and Mineral Impact Assistance Fund, Tier 1 grant for a feasibility study for a regional sustainable aviation fuels production facility. That's kind of an exciting thing, and Rich is teed up to talk about this.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager. We also have Michael Port, who is our Climate Action Analyst in front of you. And then I believe Dan Bartholomew is also joining us via the link here.
Yeah, he'll be coming on shortly, and Michael's
Good.
here.
Okay. Well, this is exciting, Mr. Chairman. As you know, on the climate action front, Michael's leading an effort to really take a look at things comprehensively, and we have been looking for opportunities to try to meet the resolution that you adopted at the airport in the reduction of emissions by 30%. And an opportunity has started to surface for us, and our county manager has engaged staff in a process of taking a further in-depth look at possibly 2 opportunities that have come our way. You all may recall when Jackie Francis brought to you a representative from LanzaTech to talk a little bit about their process and their desire to relocate a facility in Colorado. We have had further conversations and have opened up the opportunity to partner on a more regional basis. And we have reached out to Mesa County as a potential location for a refinery. We've talked to their economic development connections there. Dan has reached out to the airport of not only Grand Junction, but we've involved Rifle through our provider, our sustainable fuel provider, as well as Eagle Airport. And Eagle has also taken on looking at an alternate type of a conversion facility that they're in the middle of looking at. So that's all to say that we have kind of opened up the can on this, and now we're really trying to see what may be the best opportunity for us. We met with the Department of Local Affairs, and they suggested that we look at a Tier 1 Department of Local Affairs grant that gets you up to $200,000, which is a 50-50 match as an opportunity. We still have not fully defined yet what amount we're going to need, but in essence, it'd be for a third-party feasibility study of looking at the opportunities with the facility possibly generating and refining fuel, and then maybe another one that Eagle is incorporating, which actually kind of puts these units into a landfill. So we're going to do a third-party investigation into this, really make sure that we're doing our due diligence and taking an approach that we hope will reassure that we are headed down the right path. We are going to look at the type of feedstock that's used for these. We'll look at the ability to keep them sustainable over time, and really do some due diligence. But this is the early stage of that, and we're asking the board to authorize a manager's office to go ahead and submit a grant. We will match it with general fund dollars, and I've already heard back yesterday that we have some of our partners are willing to put some money towards this as well, so we could drop our costs. We are seeking letters of support for this, and those are going to be forthcoming. We may get those after the grant application, but it looks like our partners are all lined up. The other thing that's exciting is that I think it really plays well with what Patty has done with NICO and that conversation about utilizing airport funds offsite to be able to develop these, and then also what Kelly has done with CCI just recently. And John talked a little bit about that yesterday and the approach that's being taken there. And then I think I heard that there's excitement not only within this regional group that we've been working with, but others now since you guys have started that process. So I'm going to go ahead and just stop there. It is a grant request. It's not fully defined yet, so it's a little bit open right now, but I think in the next couple of days, we're going to get a better idea. We've got a meeting. John has got to set up with a meeting with the Eagle County manager on Friday to hear a little bit more about kind of what they're doing there more specifically. So as this rolls along, it'll be more defined. I'm hoping the costs will come down. But right now, we thought it would be best to go ahead and make that application for the full amount and then see where we can go from there. But I'll let Michael or Dan talk to this, and then we are open to have any dialogue you'd like and answer any questions.
Thank you, Rich. Michael or Dan, do you want to add anything? Dan, do you want to say something? Go ahead.
I appreciate the fact that we're potentially moving forward with this let's hope, an opportunity, since, the airport only controls a small fraction of the, the greenhouse gases and emissions that come off of it. Most of it is from aircraft operations. And this gets us closer to that goal in the sustainable aviation fuel. And without that, it's little if no chance of probably meeting that goal, definitely by 2030. So.
Great, thank you. Hey, Michael, I have a question for you, and that is, maybe just briefly explain what is sustainable aviation fuel and where does it come from? That might be helpful for anybody listening in, wondering what we're doing here.
Sure. So sustainable aviation fuel is essentially an alternative fuel that can be used for aircraft, and it could be produced from any number of different types of materials. It could be, like beetle kill wood. It could be waste is another concept, and also just traditional kind of like biofuel where you take, corn, similar processes producing like corn ethanol. And so the benefit of this is it gets us off of fossil fuels. It can reduce the potential emissions from burning aircraft fuel by like 80%, I've read. And also it can pretty readily just be dropped into a mix of fossil fuel, like traditional jet fuel and sustainable aviation fuel. So it's a pretty important way that we can reduce emissions from the aviation sector.
Great, thank you. So it's organic waste, could be compost, could be anything that has high nutrient energy density, nutrient value, and that could be sugar-based food. So yeah, and I was going to ask you, I did want to ask, and then I'll open it up to the rest of the board. What about Montrose? I'm just wondering, we probably have more airports that would love to participate, but what we need is the feedstock. And it occurs to me Montrose, Olathe, Delta might be an area that would have byproducts that they could contribute. Have they been invited, or?
We had initial conversations with them, but we haven't involved them in this process this far, but we are going to. In fact, there's even other airports. If this pans out for the refining side of it, they'll be able to produce more, I believe, than what we can use in the area here. So more airports, the better. But we will look to bring those guys in as well.
Great, thank you.
They're on our radar.
Oh, that's great to hear. Thank you. Questions? Everybody has a question. I saw Patty's hand first,
John,
and then
did you?
Francie's,
But John,
and
did you have
Kelly.
some?
Okay.
So yeah, I have 3 points. I think currently it's my understanding that our sustainable energy fuel has to be transported from Southern California area. And so this will be huge if we can start having some kind of facility to produce it locally, Western Slope. That's a huge savings also in the carbon footprint and across half of the western states. So I think that's a big plus. The other thing is, I think we're looking at partnerships, which is huge because we do have airports over here, and we also have issues with landfill space, which would be a big win for us. And then on the federal level, the ability, the fact if this study moves forward, which I'm hoping it does, this feasibility study, that's great to bring to Washington in March with the National Association of Counties legislative meeting, because then it really shows support for moving forward for the code change. We need the federal code change related to FAA and the use of revenues generated on airports to be used off-site for climate action issues such as a refinery. And the other point really quick is for some areas that are reducing their dependency on employment through coal, this is a great job opportunity for retraining of people that might be losing their jobs because of the reduction in coal-fired power plants. So I think this is a huge win all the way around. And also for us locally, helping us meet our climate action plans, but helping the federal government meet theirs, which they have not even put a dent in, the FAA. So, I mean, it's a big win all the way around. So thank you guys, all of you, for your effort to help us move this forward.
Thanks, Betty. Francie?
Well, I definitely support this. I do want to say, however, that using corn for fuel does not take out fossil fuels. Corn is heavily fossil fuel dependent, not to mention transporting it. And so I just going to say it every time, even though I sound like a broken record, I am not in favor of SAFs that require crop production. It's just, it's not productive way to reduce fossil fuels. Also, I think this is maybe a question for Rich or Dan. I wasn't sure if you said this is a 50% grant, so we'd have to fund the second half. Is that correct, Rich? Well, wouldn't that have to come out of the...
50-50 match.
And we don't have to do that
So-
through the airport enterprise funds?
Part of the challenge here is the exact thing that Patty's went to NACO on is because this would be a refinery off-site, potentially of the airport, we would not be able to use airport funds. That's something we hope to fix.
Well, I changed that.
But I would also note that this isn't necessarily going to be direct cash contributions from the general fund. There will be staff time included from us and our partners, in-kind kind of contributions. So we're working through that now. Part of that will be dependent on the scoping that Rich was talking about as far as how much of that can come from our staff's time or our partner agencies' staff time versus any cash contribution. So we're still working through that. We felt like, though, this was consistent, so consistent with the goals that our community has been talking about, but that we did not feel we had the internal expertise to truly vet the different options and technologies that are being presented to us right now. There are a lot of federal incentives out there around SAF, and so you're seeing a lot of companies start to look at playing in this waste to sustainable aviation fuel space. But there's also some risks that we probably need to anticipate, both on the business side and technology side there, that we want to understand fully before we engage in putting our weight behind any project. And so this seemed like good timing. DOLA has these planning funds that seem to fit well within this. So,
Thanks, John. I'm going to go to Kelly and then Steve. Steve, I'm waiting for Kelly. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to tag on a little bit to Francie's comment, food as fuel raises global food prices, so I also don't support that endeavor. I am curious, just on a very basic science level, is ethanol and SAF the same? Are they starting from the same source, or is because when we heard the presentation from Lavanza, I think. Lanzatech, thank you. I'm thinking coffee. Lanzatech.
Great idea.
When we heard that, they were producing ethanol, and then we're talking about using that production of ethanol into SAF. So can you just help me at a very basic level understand what's going on there?
I will preface and say that I am not a chemist, but I believe it is more of like kerosene is jet fuel rather than ethanol. I can't describe to you the chemical difference between those two things, but jet fuel is more of a kerosene.
So Kelly, our understanding right now and what we're looking at, so Eagle County is evaluating a technology, and they're ahead of us on this process right now, but that digests municipal waste and it turns it into more of like almost a paraffin wax kind of thing, and from there it can be converted to different kinds of fuels like diesel or aviation fuel, and there are different concentrations of the good stuff, I guess, that makes those that lead to different amounts being produced. Lanzatech uses a different process that first converts their feedstock into an ethanol base, and then from there that ethanol is converted and it can go into different. The magic behind that is why we're hiring somebody, because we don't know that piece. But there are two prominent technologies out there that convert feedstocks into two different kind of base materials, and then from there they have a process to convert them to different types of fuels. Yeah.
And I would just ask, I think it would be great if we can just get some pithy resources about this. It'll be helpful for us to take to CCI and just say, here, let's watch this 2-minute video about what SAF is before we ask you to support a tax credit for it. Similarly for the legislators that we want to work with on that.
Oh, God, now I'm gonna have to
Good
learn
idea.
Michael, just so you
technology.
know, I do love corn. This is my home screen.
I regret bringing up corn.
Good. I'm glad you
Well,
did.
if it's
She
corn.
likes carrots too, so be
Steve
careful.
still wants to join up with this. Please, Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I think it's terrific that Picken County is taking the lead on this. We oftentimes are the pace setters for new ideas and new technology and push them on a statewide and even a nationwide basis. So I'm glad we are working on this. I want to quit talking about corn and start talking about hay. There used to be a whole lot more livestock in western Colorado than there are now. And in Picken County, that's, I don't know, there's maybe a fifth of the amount of cattle that there used to be. People always used to put up a huge amount of hay. It's really easy to put up poor quality hay in this country when it's rainy season and you're trying to put up hay. So we would always call that cow hay. A lot of people quit ranching. They quit putting up hay, myself included, because the economics just weren't there. But the fields are still there. They're still irrigated. We could still put up a huge amount of hay without the livestock to feed. If that hay could be used for the production of the SAF, that would be a win-win. Now, the side benefit to me is I would rather have people putting up hay on their fields and using it to make SAF than selling out and having their land subdivided and put into subdivisions or golf courses or other things. Would be, I think, a much better use of the land and the resources to have a viable alternative to the use of the hay than feeding it to livestock that if you don't need it for livestock anymore, let's use it for SAF if that works with the production, the technology of that.
Great. Thank you, Steve. Thanks for the background on SAF. Yeah, currently the only SAF plant, or the closest one, is in Los Angeles. So the thought of trucking it here in order to burn it here, it just doesn't make sense. So they have all sorts of trade programs and things that they do that you get credit for it. But it would really be great if we could produce it in Colorado. And I think that would be a smart thing economically. And as Steve points out, it might actually help ranchers who aren't raising cows. Any other comments or questions on this? I did want to say that we're not at the very bleeding edge of this. Luckily, it's technology that exists and it's been done. Doing it on the scale we're thinking of may be a new wrinkle. There are efficiencies and things that happen with it, so I'm sure there'll be some R&D involved just to make it work for us. But it's a pretty well-known and proven technology, and it's also good to know that Eagle is working on this as well. I'm always chagrined to find out that Eagle and Vail are sometimes ahead of us on these things. And I don't like admitting it, but I feel compelled to.
We're all part of Colorado.
Yeah, but just a heads up, Eagles was because of a gentleman who came forward and wanted to put the plant right by their landfill and recycle their waste. This gives us an opportunity to feasibility study to look at other sources than just waste from the landfill.
Right. And there may be a yes and solution. In this case, I may be a little okay with them being the test case.
That's kind of what I was hinting at. It's like, yeah, if they can be the probe, that's fine. Okay, I'm going to
make a motion?
Are we ready to call the question?
I would love to make a motion.
Patty's going to make a motion.
I would love to make a motion approving an informal resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the County Manager's Office to submit a grant application to the Department of Local Affairs, or DOLA, Energy and Mineral Impact Assistance Fund Tier 1 grant for feasibility, I'm going to stress a feasibility study, for regional sustainable aviation fuels production facility. And thank you all for your work. This is great.
I'll second.
Okay, Patty and then Kelly. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, you guys got it. Get the grant now.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, get the grant. Okay, moving on to individual consideration items. These are the first readings set for public hearing on August.
I think you're
No,
skipping mine.
we're doing item number, the resolution.
I have yesterday. I think that it has changed then.
No, it hasn't.
What am I
Number
missing?
4.
Yeah, that says individual consideration items, first reading set for public hearing on August 14th.
That is not updated.
This one, I have the old copy.
So,
Sorry, I need a new
Greg,
copy.
it's
Oh,
under individual consideration items, one reading, item number 4, resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, electing to participate in an election to be held on November 5th.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not on our paper, it's on
Sorry.
the,
It is on my digital version.
it's
Thank
number
you.
9 on the one that you have.
Well, I'm glad to be here and
Welcome,
present
Laura.
item number 4 for you guys.
I have it on mine, so.
And John Peacock has introduced the title for you, so I'll skip that. I'm Laura Maker with the County Attorney's Office, and I am here in order to obtain board approval to notify the Clerk and Recorder's Office that the board intends to place at least one or more questions on the November 5th ballot, and also a request for you to designate Jeanette Jones as the individual to coordinate on behalf of the county with the clerk's office. I'm happy to take questions, but this is coming from a statutory obligation for the board to participate.
Okay, thank you. Should Jeanette come up so we can interrogate her?
I asked her if she wanted to, and she said no, so.
My question's very simple.
Patty, go ahead.
So do we have to specify the titles or anything? We just have to say we will participate with the possibility of one, if not more?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure we didn't need to be more specific.
Nope, you guys are good with the way it's drafted now, and you can be specific in the actual ballot titles if you so approve them moving forward.
As we move forward. Okay, perfect. Just
Any
so
other
we make sure
questions or
we are
comments?
clear and transparent in following the rules of the election.
Right. And I think Jeanette has done this before.
She has done it many times before.
Great.
I will say, in my mind, November 9th was election day. So this is helping me correct that. Fake news, right? We need, November 5th is election
Please
day.
vote before the 9th,
Yeah.
Kelly.
Vote before the 9th. Yeah, get the word out. Okay, I'll be looking for a motion if anybody wants to make one.
I'll move.
We have a
I'll
motion.
second.
Okay, Francie and Kelly, and this is for the resolution electing to participate in an election to be held on November 5th. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We
Aye.
good? Anybody need anything else on that? We're
Thanks.
5-0.
Thank you,
It
Laura.
passes. Thanks, Laura. Okay, I'm gonna get back to where I was.
I, at some point, need to run upstairs because I printed off the new ballot language for one of our ballot questions, and I left it on the printer.
Do you like me to
We
get
could
it
have
for you?
somebody do that.
I did, I sent it to Levi, but nobody responded. Nobody's listening to me upstairs.
I saw Levi leaving when I was
Yeah, we
coming
saw him
in.
running out the door.
Oh, you did? Oh. Thank you, John.
Okay, so now I'm gonna go back. Now I'm nervous about using my paper copy. What else am I gonna miss here?
I'll keep you on track, I
Thank you.
promise.
I'm sure you will. Thank you. Let me just get to a file that I trust. Okay, individual consideration items. First reading set for public hearing on August 14th. This is a reso approving a county grant agreement with Colorado Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing for trauma-informed management practice. And Lindsay Maish is
here.
coming down to talk to us about it.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, welcome.
With her baby almost a year old.
How did that happen?
I know.
Yeah, it goes by fast.
Hello, thanks everybody. Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services, here today to present to you all a grant agreement that for the approval of a grant agreement with Healthcare Policy and Financing, HICPUF, for something called a trauma-informed management practice. This will be year 2 for us of this particular grant, and we had great success in the first year of kind of level setting and really getting all of our management team and staff on the same page around some of the big changes happening in human services right now. And this next year is going to be looking into the way that we integrate some of this practice into our human services strategic plan. We had the opportunity to apply. They requested that we apply for this grant again because of the success that we had in year one. So we did, and they have approved for us to move forward with this, and I just need your approval. It's a 60-40 split in the way that it's reimbursed, and it goes through all of our state systems. The way it's not a check that's written, we invoice them for the services that we're providing.
Great.
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Why do they call it trauma-informed? It sounds so traumatic.
I know. It's buzzwords of the industry. I think it will probably change in the next few years, is my guess, because even since this is trauma informed and it's now been changed to trauma competent, which I think will then again we'll see this kind of evolve and change more and more through the equity lens, and that we start to use. I think that we'll see more changes in this. So
'Cause it just makes it sound so acute.
I know. I feel that way too.
Having worked in trauma centers.
Yeah.
Makes me
And
feel like, oh my God.
And I think the other consideration is just that a lot of the individuals that we work with in human services have suffered from a lot of trauma. And that's, in child welfare. And I think this is the language that we use to help kind of get everyone on the same page. But I hope to see that change in the future as well.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Could you tell us a little bit, is it Aliyah or Aliyah?
Aliyah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is the nonprofit we're contracting with?
Yeah, Aliyah is an organization that our department has worked with a lot over the last 10 years. Around this, and again, the work has evolved. I think it was first called Workplace Wellness. It's now, that was probably about 8 or 9 years ago when we first contracted with them. But this is a Minnesota-based organization that works with child welfare organizations. They've broadened their scope to work because they're seeing the impacts as well with economic services, people who are trying to get access to health care, things like that, but may not qualify. So they've started to broaden their scope and work more strategically instead of just in a workplace wellness capacity. So it's an organization we've had great success with in the past, and we continue to work really well with them.
Great, thank you. I'm looking at that because you're concerned, Patty, about the name is clunky, and it's because I think they put trauma at the front when it should be the second word. Informed trauma management practice makes more sense to me.
I'll share that with them.
Thank
you.
I
will.
Kelly.
Can you provide us some vignettes of what the success looks like in our staff?
Yeah, so in the last year, year one is going to look different than year two, though we're going to be measuring some of the same baselines. So the hope is that the work that we're doing about learning the language and becoming more aware of how trauma impacts our clients and our staff, that then leads to better customer satisfaction, better staff satisfaction. So what was measured was before the work we did with Aliyah, we were measuring client and staff satisfaction. After the work, how has that improved? In some areas, it improved a lot. In some areas, there was a lot of opportunity. For us specifically around change management. And we've had a lot of change, not just internally as an organization, but also there's been a lot of changes at the state level as well. So keeping up with that as we move through some of this stuff. So a more specific example of kind of how this looks is it comes in the form of doing what's called education labs. Where they're kind of like stakeholder engagement, individual coaching for management team, and as well as the plan, kind of what happens at the end of all of that. So where do we go with all of this information? The coaching pulls in qualitative data that then kind of informs surveys and things that go out to our customers. So does that answer your question a little bit more? Yeah. Yeah.
So this is set for public hearing on August 14th. Today's the first reading. Other questions or a motion?
Yeah, I will just comment. Some of this language came up for me when we were doing jail tours.
Mm-hmm.
I remember very specifically talking to people in Summit County and how one of the counselors there was like, I wish we had more of a trauma-informed approach to, you know, working with our inmates, because they come in and just even like structures of the building and like blind corners and, you know, things like that can kind of really inform people's behavioral responses and how they then interact with, you know, the detention deputies and the counselors and things like that. But so that's what I'm drawing from when I hear this like kind of use of language and stuff like that.
She's heard it before.
Yeah.
Great.
And it really triggered some like, oh, like I wasn't thinking about things like that, and even just designing buildings and procedures, and you know, so this resonates with me along those lines. But I'll go ahead and make this is first reading, right?
First reading,
Second hearing. I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Francie seconds it. I'm gonna call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Aye.
Great.
Not going anywhere.
Thank you.
No, I'm going to stay right.
Okay, yeah, stick around. Next up is the resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between Pitkin County, Aspen Valley Hospital, and the town of Snowmass Village to support winter emergency overnight shelter services. And is Sam joining us online? Or
Just me today.
Just
Yeah.
you, that's
Just
fine.
me today.
Glad you're here.
Thank you. So I'll provide just a little bit of background. As you probably recall, in 2022, you all approved an ordinance to allow residential overnight shelter in the Schultz Health and Human Services building. There was some really innovative thinking around how to do that with our vendor Recovery Resources, who also manages withdrawal management, or otherwise known as our detox. Essentially what happened, because of design and resources in general, is that they co-located those two services. So where you have kind of detox on one side of the house and the homeless shelter on the other side of the house. They have found through that design process that has not been as successful in serving both of those populations. So they're looking this year to contract again with either the Aspen Chapel or one of our faith partners in facilitating the winter overnight shelter. This agreement is to approve the joint funding between us, the hospital, and Town of Snowmass Village. What's different about this is what you'll see is that initially in 2022, the city of Aspen was part of this intergovernmental governmental agreement and has since recused themselves from that. And as a result, what we did was we absorbed some of those costs last year in 2023. We went back to the partners this year, had a conversation with the agreement that we would now, instead of just, it was a little bit kind of what people or organizations had historically been giving towards the efforts, and became a little bit more strategic and narrowed this down to percentages of each of the entities. So now Aspen Valley Hospital, Pitkin County will both be sharing they'll both be giving 40%. Town of Snowmass Village will be giving 20% towards the total budget of this. That is the agreement for years moving forward. We also understand that there may be some changes to that landscape over the next few years with other potential changes happening. So that's where we're at.
Thank you for that. I'd have to say, the city of Aspen is noticeably absent from this agreement, and that doesn't sit well with me. Yeah. And I just wanted to call it out and call them out.
They rescinded. They were part of it last year.
They were part of this, and they decided not to participate, and I think just people should know that.
Did they give you a reason?
Change their policy.
That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, there really was not the conversation at the table. I think at the staff level, the city was continually looking for different data, I think. And then that was leading up to us doing a presentation to council. That presentation was canceled for other reasons, issues that the council was dealing with at the time. And then in that intervening time, the council and staff had, looked to pursue other strategies around homelessness. And that was part of the conversation that you all had in your joint meeting, but I think they repurposed the dollars that had previously been going to this partnership, to other efforts of the city, and
To not allow homelessness.
well,
It's not there.
yeah, they didn't. They're they are looking towards strategies that may address the impacts of homelessness within the city limits.
Well,
You're being very diplomatic.
You're being very
John.
diplomatic.
I would contribute in my personal conversations with city councilors that, resonates with what John is saying relative to wanting to know what their money is being spent on and whether they're getting bang for the buck on that money contributing to solutions for homelessness. I'm not clear on what that data is, whether that is nights people don't sleep out in the below freezing temperature or, some other metric that makes supporting a homeless shelter reasonable.
Or they sleep down valley because they
I
can't
don't know.
sleep in Aspen.
Yeah, but
they sleep in Aspen.
What?
They're still here.
I do think we should, I would say that we have the opportunity at this board to continue in our individual conversations with counselors to pursue partnership. And that's what I intend to do.
Great, thank you for
Yeah,
that,
this
Kelly.
is new and surprising information for me, that the city, it was hard enough to get them to the table in the first place, and now they've left the table. And this is an issue for all of us. The homeless doesn't stop at the city limits. There's no barbed wire fence or wall, keeping them out of the city. And they're here and they need assistance and they need a place to sleep during the winter. So they aren't in window wells or laundry rooms of hotels, the places that they go to seek shelter and heat. So I think it's definitely an individual responsibility for us to speak with members of City Council. And this is definitely a topic for our next joint meeting.
Well, and particularly because, Lindsay and her team have stood up like this amazing architecture for homelessness in the valley that did not exist years ago. Like the success we have had in this space compared to 5 years ago is so evident, that I just am really unclear what additional evidence is necessary, to inspire their partnership.
Well, the connection to case management is huge, and I talk about it in other communities when I'm there, and people are like, you do what? I'm like, yeah, if you want to be part of this homeless protection and overnight shelters, case management is there, and that's part of the deal. And it's amazing when people learn, I have access to this and access to that, I never knew that. And people actually get help that they need to hopefully get them back on their feet and back in a permanent place to live and to work. And that's a huge accomplishment that you've worked so hard for. And we need the support of all the entities, municipalities. I want to thank Snowmass Village for coming to the table.
And we've housed how many homeless people in the last couple of years?
Yeah, the data is actually, so we're really lucky to have our partners recovery resources in this area. They have done some pretty groundbreaking service delivery that is winning awards, in fact, across the state. They are now being studied by the Built for Zero model to see if it can be replicated in other areas in Colorado. They're kind of averaging right now around housing about between 25 and 35 people a year. So since the inception,
or that we have housed?
That we've housed, that have gone into housing, which, if I remind you what the point in time counts used to tell us before we implemented any of this architecture, was that we only had 25 people in our area that were unsheltered. So the work that they're doing is truly amazing. Like I said, we're so lucky to have partners like Recovery Resources who have been innovative. They're always on the edge of trying to find the best solutions. They're working with our community partners in ways that's just, I cannot thank them enough for doing some of the hardest work in our
Can you share with us how many of the housed have re-entered the workforce?
Oh, I don't know that, but I can
It'd be
look.
interesting to see, because that's
bet
part of the
there, yeah.
success track, and I'm sure there are some. So
And a lot of our in-housed are already in
already
the workforce.
working, they're in the workforce already.
You know, I think it's important to note, though, that in some ways we become victims of our own success too. That you know, we've had a lot of success with case management and rehousing. Truly amazing work. But we've also now reached a population that we have to develop this next level of services for. And this IGA allows us to continue doing what we've been doing, and I think doing successfully. But it's also, I think, exposed now the next level that we need to figure out. And we do have a population now that has higher level needs, and it is harder to address and maybe harder to see some of the successes that we're talking about on a day-to-day basis. But that's something we're going to be talking about a little bit later today anyway. So I just wanted to flag that.
Another stab at it. Thank you.
You know, I want to also thank Aspen Valley Hospital for stepping it up.
Yeah.
To cover that deficit with the city stepping it out.
And they've been a good partner, both in terms of trying to coordinate on the physical facility side as well as the funding side. And they've really stepped in with us.
Well, thanks for the conversation. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your
I guess you get a sense of our frustration a little bit, but also we are also can tout some success thanks to you, your team, and the hard work you've been doing, and our partners. I don't see any other questions. Do we have any?
I'll make a motion to approve an intergovernmental agreement between Pickens County Board of Commissioners, Aspen Valley Hospital, and the town of Snowmass Village to support emergency winter overnight shelter services.
Set for public hearing on August 14th.
Yep, thank
I'll
you.
second.
Oh, we've got 2 seconds. You get to share it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you for that conversation.
Thank
and
you all so much.
I was getting a
Appreciate
little
you.
upset there, and you all kind of talked me off the ledge. Thank you.
Well, we were kind of all
We just
headed in
joined
that
you on the
direction.
ledge.
Maybe you joined. Hey, if you're joined on the ledge,
Fine, we've got
it's
this
helpful.
conversation.
It's always
John,
helpful to
we're
have
very
company on the
diplomatic
ledge.
and
Okay, Lindsay's gone. Okay, we've got the PACT program gang here. Who's coming down? All right, look at this crew. We've got a resolution approving contract amendment number 2 with the State of Colorado Department of Human Services Behavioral Health Admin for funding FOE, the Pitkin Area Co-Responder Teams PACT program.
Am I good to be here? City
Yeah,
employee?
yeah, have a seat.
No, you gotta go.
we were watching you over there in that corner.
Not you.
Just cringing?
I need you to go down the
Not
line and
you.
introduce yourselves for the cameras and the adoring public.
Yes. Good afternoon, Raleigh Backrack. I am the Mental Health Program Administrator with Pickens County Public Health.
I'm Officer Braulio Jerez, Human Service Officer with the Aspen Police Department.
I'm Jenny Lyons, Programs Education and Partnerships Manager with Pickens County Public Health.
Hi.
Kat Bush, co-responder clinician with the PACT program.
Great. Thank you all for being here. We haven't seen you in ages, so it's glad to
Wait, we have
you to
one
be here.
other PAC person.
Oh, in the back. Is there another chair?
Chair.
We can.
I'm okay right here. I'm Hannah. I'm the case manager for the PACT program.
Great. Well, thanks for being here. We can get
Wait,
a chair.
she's got one.
All right. So, Riley, are you teeing this up?
I'll take the lead.
Go ahead.
Well,
Great to
thank
see you all.
Nice to see you all too. So we're here today for a first reading to continue to accept a grant from the Behavioral Health Administration Co-Responder Grant Programs, which would continue to support us implementing our PACT program. PACT stands for Pickens Area Co-Responder Teams program. And PACT pairs a mental health clinician with our 3 law enforcement agencies to respond to calls that may be related to substance use and or mental health challenges. PACT works with some of our most vulnerable community members, working to keep them out of crisis and connected to local resources, including healthcare as well as supports for daily living. PACT was first funded by the Co-Responder Grant Program in state fiscal year 2018 by what was then called the Office of Behavioral Health, and funding has continued thereafter. So this year, initial funding amount for state fiscal year 2025 is $486,000, which would continue to support the implementation of PACT. Specifically, it would be covering a majority of the PACT administrator's position, so my position, as well as 3 full-time PACT team members. 1 PACT clinician, Kat Bush, as well as 2 peer specialists. And additionally, it provides funds for training, travel, direct client support, things of that nature. We do have a second funding stream that was added in 2020. That is a harm reduction grant from CDPHE, and that also supports PACT. Specifically, it supports a second clinician. That job opening is currently open, as well as a full-time case manager, Hannah. And that fund, that grant also funds a portion of the PACT administrator's position. I will note that there was a holdover letter in the packet today from the BHA for state fiscal year 2025. There's just some delays from the BHA side of things to get the contract amendment to us. So that just gave us a little buffer to begin state fiscal year, as that begins July 1st and runs through June 30th of the following year. Other than that, I will open it up for questions. I'm so excited to have the rest of our team here, or some of our team members here. So, yeah, any questions or comments?
Only that I was given a PACT hat when things first started, when I was participating in it, and I've lost my PACT hat. I'm just going to tell you
Another
that.
one.
Yeah, I'll get you one today.
Yes, we'll get you.
I got 2, Greg.
You get one every year, probably, right?
He usually wears it on this meeting when you guys come before us.
That's right.
I was wondering where it went. No, I think, we all believe that what you're doing is amazing, and it's made a huge difference for both sides of the story, all sides of the story. And I know that everybody appreciates it. And I remember we were like the first in the States to step it up. And it's been, I think we all talk it up when we get into situations with other jurisdictions around the state and beyond. So thank you, guys.
It's nice to have something to brag about.
Well, I just always remember it's like the birth of PACT aligned with the birth of Aloysius, because I remember when I got out of the hospital and went to the party we had at the fire district with the band, and he was like 2 days old.
So you guys are now
He's
5 years old.
now. I did wonder, I always like to hear if you are willing to share, if there are particular experiences that you've had that like continue to inspire you in this work. Since you come before us, I'd love to get those illustrations. If you
I can share.
Have any?
This is actually a recent story. Interacted with a new unhoused person that showed up into Aspen last month or the month before. Very resistant to interacting with law enforcement. Having a number of the unhoused population that I've worked with in the last 5 years vouch for me and stand up for what we do and the services that we offer was a motivator. So that's my reasoning to continue working in this field and working alongside the PACT program and what we do. So that was just a great little uplifting feeling of we're doing great work and we have this to prove it.
The interesting thing is that you've probably averted a lot of situations that you can't talk about because they've been averted. And that's the great thing about PACT, when you hear that, a situation has been, calmed as a result of having the ride along and somebody right on site. Francie.
I don't have questions because I besieged you guys with questions the last time you were before us. But I do want to comment on how reassuring it is that our community has this resource, because, when you read about incidents involving police around the country, it's really discouraging and dark. And so this is a little ray of light for our country, and thank you for what you guys do. It's really great.
And I can speak to that too. I mean, I pretty consistently share that I don't know that I'd do my job anywhere else because of the law enforcement that we have here, and that they are so compassionate, and like I don't have to worry about that use of force aspect on any of the calls that I'm on. And I know that response will be compassionate, not only from them, but also that we've been able to partner so well that like my time is valued on that scene, and we get to collaborate really and figure out what is going to be best for this person. And just from PAC's perspective, I can speak pretty generally, but we have a number of folks who have been in recovery, like high utilizers of law enforcement, all services, that have now been in recovery for like over a year, which is really cool. And to see, someone who might be getting calls like 3 times a week for law enforcement, that not a single one has come through over the last year. So it's tough because I think it can be a long journey a lot of the time. And what I'm appreciative of our law enforcement and just the PAC program, we get to just keep showing up, right? And meet them where they are, and hope that even if it wasn't this past time that they were ready for that change, that this next time might be the time. So.
Patty, go ahead.
Real quick, and when you talk about trauma management practice, you guys are out there in the thick of it. And that's when you need to remember you can take deep breath, and we're behind you.
Thank you.
I was just thinking about the recent news where a situation escalated to where a woman with a pot of water was shot by a police officer because he felt threatened.
I read that.
And I don't know what the exact circumstance was, but you just thought, you think, if they'd had a PAC program, perhaps somebody could have been there who could have de-escalated it and helped the woman out, who was actually calling for help rather than creating a threat.
We've seen a scenario, I think it was last year, the year before last, in, I think, Greeley, where a young kid was stuck in a ditch, and he was asking for help, and didn't turn out that way. And ultimately, this individual lost his life because of the actions of an officer that just didn't, work that out, appropriately. So yeah, we've been pretty progressive. Our community has, pre-George Floyd, pre-social unrest in our country. I think our community has always had that approach. I think the last time a firearm was deployed in Pickens County was, I think, 40 to 50 years ago. So it's been, thankfully, an opportunity to work in a place like this and work alongside these folks and our community. I'm happy to be here.
I remember the standoff on McLean Flats. Yeah. And this was many years ago, and they took a while to talk the gentleman out of it, but it was pretty hairy and pretty scary.
A few years ago.
I was on that one.
Very impressive.
Right?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
that's right. Well, thank you all. Hopefully you'll be a model for the rest of the country. If there's some way, I'm sure, hopefully they'll look to you to come talk to them or something.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are there any gaps that you see opportunity to narrow or close here?
I was thinking of just we wrapped up strategic planning about a month ago. So we gathered some partners together to really identify how to keep the program sustained. Yeah. And so a few of the goals were mostly around staffing, recruitment, and retention, looking at how to promote the program a little more externally, as well as some internal data processes between the mental health collection side as well as the law enforcement data. In terms of clients and client needs, I think the team could better speak to those.
If you ever need our help, you know where to find us. We really are here.
Do you mind if I ask a follow-up question?
Please.
Look at that guy.
Go ahead.
What is the biggest challenge to recruitment and retention, do you think, for your staff?
I can speak a little to this as well, and then feel free to jump in. I think housing is very difficult.
I was guessing that.
And it's also more so in terms of the PAC clinician. It's a very niche position to be in, where both law enforcement and the mental health clinician really have to get along. And so it's not every counselor, every therapist would be maybe the best fit. It's really, we have to make sure that they're fitting in with the program and that they want to do that type of work. It's very high stress, and Kat can speak to that a little more, and any other possible hiring difficulties.
It's not something that they teach out of graduate school, to work alongside law enforcement and be a mental health provider. So it's a niche.
And some programs even kind of discourage that, I think, in some ways. Like, I know that there's been social work programs that have really kind of been more from like the defund the police perspective and not really wanting that partnership. So I think it is a unique role to fill. And we want to fill it with the right people. Because I think that's part of what has made the success of this program is having the right people that can be in these roles and work with our law enforcement and really partner. When we go to the co-responder conference every year, that's one of the main topics is how to get buy-in from the departments. And I think from law enforcement departments to work with counselors. And I think that's something we've really excelled at here. And again, I think that's been hiring decisions and having the right people to be able to really build those connections. So that, and like Raleigh said, this is a high stress job. Like law enforcement, they're like, man, that was a tough call. And I'm like, yeah, those are the only calls that I go to are the tough ones, right? The ones that law enforcement don't always want to be on or like struggle
a few
with.
lost puppy, kitty up a tree calls,
I'm like on the dead dog call.
I'm never
where
there.
I'm like, oh, I can't. I nearly cried.
I should say found dog calls.
Yeah, found dog call I'm here for. Yeah, so I think just the high stress of it and the burnout can be high and kind of, being on a lot of those tough calls pretty consistently.
It sounds like education, temperament, support from the team and the community so that if it's a stressful situation, you have a way to manage that.
Yeah,
and I think the hiring on the law enforcement side goes the same way. And I think they're very careful in hiring law enforcement in our community that is open and willing to work together. So it's a kind of a two-way street there. Yeah. And because I know that when you get hired for the APD or the SO or Snowmass, it's a lot of it is your personality and we fit into the community and fit in with what we do so well here, which is PAC.
Yeah. John's question about like gaps, and Raleigh brought it up a little bit. Housing. I think we've been talking about it at least with some of our partners about getting PACT as an emergency response status like they did with dispatch years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. That would be super beneficial when it comes to that rental option when they are, let's say they're coming from a different location, not our local area, and they don't have housing, to maintain, the clinician, the case manager, the peer. That would be huge to get that kind of support.
I think especially for the clinician role to even get someone here, right? Because when we're talking about what makes a good clinician for this role, it's a master's level education, right? In a behavioral health related field, it is personality based. It's wanting to work with law enforcement. The chances of us finding that, we've been really lucky with finding those of us here, but realistically, the chances of us, that's a small pool of potential people that are here. So being able to have the opportunity to bring someone in even transitionally and be able to offer housing short term while they're able to get some footing, I think would make a huge difference in our ability to hire, right? Because people are interested. We get applicants and then they learn about what the challenges are with housing. And they're like, I couldn't possibly.
Yeah, we see it all the time.
So a question for John.
Sorry, you can have some of them.
What are the steps toward creating an emergency responder status, or the status that we gave
like
dispatch?
We did with dispatch.
That we helped dispatch get.
Yeah, and in that case, that was as I recall, a designation on behalf of the board for that. In this case, it's a little bit different because those were county employees that we designated. In this case, it's not county employees, right? It's third party. So we'd have to maybe chat with our attorney's office a little bit and just understand what is in our purview in that regard.
Could we, do you need direction from the board to explore that?
We were the first in the state to do that for dispatch.
Well, I can't tell Rye what to do.
Would you think we should ask Rye and John to pursue that?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
I think we should look into it. Definitely.
I think you've got, at least, I think you've got a consensus.
Not that you have anything else.
And if, and if that, I would just look to Rye. I mean, if that's something as simple as like APSHA, how we have our qualifications and give preference to
first responders too. Let us know if that's something we can bring through option.
Okay, I'll look into that.
Yeah, great.
Okay,
I also
progress.
wanted to
Good point.
ask, do
Thank
you
you.
guys have enough support as far as your own mental health care needs and self-care? Like, is there enough benefit to you all that we provide? You know, I can sort of just see how maybe like 8 triad sessions don't do quite the same for you
Don't
as
read
they might
anything into
for
that.
everybody else in the.
I will agree with you. The 8 triad sessions, which I've taken advantage of
Yeah.
for the last 3-4 years, are not that easy to get a hold of, and probably not the best. Thankfully, our department recently just got a grant for $300K to have those services provided to us and covered through this grant. But it's never been that easy.
Yeah.
To say, and I definitely take advantage of it when I have the opportunity.
Let us know, again, what we might be able to do to help you guys.
And I guess I'll look to Raleigh. Do these grants feel sustainable? Like, do we have any crystal ball about this, you know, being able to count on these, or is there some sort of multi-year horizon for outward planning that we should be thinking about?
That's a great question. So the BHA, we anticipate a decrease in funding. So if you remember, Katie Hunter-Mark, I believe, came to you all in January of this year with maybe an approval for an expansion funds through the BHA, and that has since then led to us being able to hire a second peer. So before that, we just had one peer specialist. Unfortunately, the BHA does expect that funding to decrease again after FY25. So while the strategic plan, the top 3 priorities that I listed out did not include funding, that is still a priority within my role in the public health department to continue to seek funding, just to knowing that we will probably see these 2 grants fluctuate and see what other funding opportunities are out there.
I would imagine there must be some, because it's such a needed link in all communities that there must be something coming that's got grant money.
If you're paying attention to that and you need help from any of us, I think you have willing lobbyists over here to help talk to the BHA or whomever.
Right. And
Thank you.
when we became aware of that, that the funding from the BHA is likely to decrease. That's part of the reason for the delay in this coming before you later, is that they worked really hard and scraped together some federal funds to continue that expansion funding through this year. But then we do expect that to go down. And right as Raleigh was coming on, we also scrambled with the help of the county's contract grant writer and applied for a Bureau of Justice Administration grant that would cover that peer specialist position that we expect to have the decreased funding for. As well, we are at the end of the grant cycle with the harm reduction grant fund, and we'll be reapplying for that. So there is a chance that that'll go down. So we are looking carefully for other funding opportunities.
If you need a letter from us, or,
we need letters of support,
yeah.
we can make phone calls and knock on those doors.
Thank you.
I was just trying to think back in the day, they'd do a fundraiser locally and just raise money locally as well. So that's another
A boot
down the road, right?
at the window.
Like Tipsy Taxi or something.
Greg loves parties. He's great, good party guy.
I love parties.
That's a great idea.
You didn't have your mic on. Luckily, they didn't hear that. Okay. I'm looking for someone to make a motion on this.
Let's see. Scroll
This
past
is
it.
I'll do it.
Go for it.
Let's see now.
Contract Amendment Number 2, State of Colorado BHA for funding the Pitkin Area Co-Responder Team's PAC program.
Thank you. I'll move that.
And I will second.
Okay, we got that. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you
Aye.
guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you all. Have a good one.
Excellent.
I imagine
Great
we won't
ideas
have as
came.
many questions on the 14th, but you can come back if you've thought of more answers.
Yeah, if we think of any more,
We'll be here.
Thank you.
Can
we have a 5-minute break to run to the bathroom?
Yes, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back shortly for more action. We're back from break. Oh. Take two on that. We're back from break. And let's see what we have next. This, once again, is items for public hearing on August 14th. And this is a resolution submitting to the general election to be held, a ballot issue authorizing the issuance of bonds for the expansion of the county solid waste center and the pledge of the revenues of the solid waste fund.
I think you're one ahead.
What? I'm looking at the paper
You have
again.
you have a pattern.
I've got
right now.
yesterday's, and I just think it's so much easier to read the paper. It's the wrong one. Give me a second here.
Crackers and peanut butter.
So which one am I on?
This should be the affordable housing.
Yes. Okay. Here we go. This is the main event. Resolution of the board approving a ballot title to be submitted for the November 5th general election, authorizing an annual ad valorem property tax mill levy imposed at a rate of 1.5 mills for not more than 40 years for the purposes of funding affordable and attainable housing and related support programs addressing housing, and authorizing that all appropriate actions be taken relating to the election. Okay, and Ashley's here, and Laura's here, John's here.
Yep, I'm going to kick us off, and you've already noted who all is here to present on this item, so thank you, Greg. Yeah, we are here to follow up on the discussion, really asking the board whether it approves of the proposed ballot language or any amendments. We're here on first reading. This language has been brought forward at the board's request for a property tax to fund affordable housing. But why? And why we're here is, you all hear it probably almost every day or read it in the paper. Affordable housing has long been a challenge for our community, long been a challenge for our county to address. Formally, in our citizen attitude survey, affordable housing came out as our top priority. And it came out based on questions that talked about how important is it as an issue, matrix with how well are we doing. And in terms of its importance rank, it came in at number 1. In terms of how well we're doing, it ranked number 10 out of 12. And so that disconnect between the importance for the community and how the community has perceived we are doing and addressing this issue really highlighted for the board, I think, the importance of affordable housing and our efforts to address affordable housing. And it really became a central point of your conversations in your retreat in February, followed up by multiple mini retreats really focused on this issue of affordable housing that happened in April, May, and July, and was followed up with work sessions, really teasing out what are our options, what are the gaps in terms of our response to this community need. And what we kept coming back to is a resource gap. That to be an effective partner in our community in addressing affordable housing, we really don't have a robust and consistent revenue source to fund those efforts. We do have a housing impact fee, and I think we have pushed that quite a bit. And
I think you said to the limit. We can't push it anymore.
We've really gone 100% of what our studies have shown we can justify. And it is producing revenues. However, those revenues are highly elastic, which means they're hard to bond against, they're hard to make long-term commitments against, and it becomes kind of a save as you go. And for the full years, for the 5 years up to 2023, we collected on average about 1.8 million a year. We may have that slide, but we'll come back to that.
And what is
That's
it
enough
this year?
for us to do probably about 2 units in the Upper
So
Valley.
you said
a year.
1.8. For some reason, I thought there was a higher number for that. Or has it gone up dramatically?
That's an average. So the problem is it's elastic. And when I say it's elastic, it means it's really high some years and then it'll drop and then it'll go high and then it'll drop. And that's
So it's been as high as 4.5, I think.
Yeah.
Is that correct? And then as low probably as 1 range.
And collections are different than unrestricted funds that we can put to
Right.
use.
Yeah.
Understood. Yeah.
Right.
So the consistent theme, though, was how do we really provide for a more consistent revenue source that we can partner on affordable housing and finance affordable housing projects on. And so that's what we're here to talk to you about today. Ashley's going to go through a few more slides really that define the problem and what's been happening in our community. We're going to talk more about those funding sources that we do have. And then we have language that we've worked on and proposed through these different mini retreats and such for the board's consideration on first reading today and discussion.
I'd love to have ask a quick question, just so we can drill down a little bit while you've got this slide up. We're number 1 with efforts to address affordable housing in terms of most important, and we're low on the list in terms of satisfaction. The next one down, the close second to that, is managing growth, where we're number 2 in terms of importance to the community, but once again, we're low on the list. It occurs to me that both of these efforts we've been doing for over 40 years. We've been managing growth for 50 plus years. And as hard as we try, we still have growth management issues. Once again, with the housing, we've been doing housing, and we're probably the best at it over 40 years, or at least have been doing it longer than most communities, yet we still have these problems. And that's what I've been thinking about is, how do we get to the point where we really make a dent in it? And so maybe today's conversation is going to help me understand that. But this is the problem's been there forever, and we've been tackling it as best we can, both of these issues, yet there's still, maybe it's just the pressure of humanity on the valley. I'm not sure.
They are persistent issues, Greg, and I think, it really speaks to the long-term vitality of this community that they continue to be persistent issues that we work on. It may be a good sign in some ways that we are still challenged with both of these. I want to note, though, we have gone through a growth management process, right, and a community process. And one of the things that they talked about was, what we need to identify is what kind of growth we want, as well as what kind of growth we really want. Growth management is identifying what we want, as well as what maybe we don't want. And one of the things that was identified we do want more of is affordable housing in that public process. And so how that comes out, that's what we're working on now, but I think it's really important to note. And I've taken up way too much time, so we need to
Thank you.
give you all
Anyway,
some
thanks
time.
for
That was good stuff.
that helped. Ashley, take it
Great.
away.
Thank you, John. That was a good setup. You've seen all these slides before, but for the public who's just tuning in, I'm going to run through them a little bit to set the stage. So here in Bacon County, we have a population of around 17,000 folks. Many of them do not actually work in Bacon County. We know that the workforce of Bacon County is close to 18,000, and we think that's a low count based on just some more recent data, which means we import over 60% of our labor force from outside the county. That means that many people, I'm not going to do the math because I'm bad at that, but 60% of 18,000 are driving very long distances, and there's long, far-reaching impacts of all of that. And by bringing the goal, the boards set the goal of 250 units over the next 10 years if this ballot question goes on the ballot and then the voters approve it. Giving 250 units towards this immense challenge, or some people have called it a housing crisis, I don't think will change the nature of our community, what it looks like, the impact on our services. These folks are here. 18,000 folks or more are here 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. They're using our services, they're contributing, they're making our community the sustainable, fabulous community it is to live in. And to allow them to stay overnight closer to where they work and improve their quality of life and reduce the impacts on our roads and our greenhouse gas emissions and lots of other services that we provide, is where you're seeing that demand for more housing come from. And that low rank that John talked about is it started a meeting this morning and everybody around the table was 15 minutes late, and the first thing they talked about was the traffic. And not a single one of them was in their car for less than an hour this morning to get to work. And that's just our employees and the impact it has on them. And so I think we understand, we know inherently when we sit on cars for long periods of time that that's not good for our bodies, it's not good for our family lives, and that people would like to live closer where they work. We also know that we're losing jobs to those communities further down Valley. And so we talk about long-term viability of this community. We need to ensure that we have those essential workers, those people who really make our community work, hum on a day-to-day basis, can be here. And if right now I know that the Roaring Fork School District is paying more than the Aspen School District. If you're a teacher, you might as well stop down there. It's closer to where you live.
Avoid the commute. Hey, Michaela, could you possibly just move that on-screen picture just so we can see I just wanted to see the curve and let people see the curve.
There's a curve.
Right.
And I think, Greg, you talked about we've been at this for 40 years. COVID had some real impacts on our market mainly and on the demand for housing. There's always been workforce who needed housing, but workforce used to be able to at least rent a free market home in Pickens County, and some could even buy a home in Pickens County. And now we know, given that our wages have not increased at the same rate that the real estate market has increased, that very few people who work in Pickens County can even rent here on the free market. And almost none of them can afford to own unless it's a deed restricted or rent controlled unit. And you can see that in the past, we used to be able to rely on Down Valley or the Colorado River Valley as providing a larger percentage of affordable homes. In 2022, which we know the number is lower now, 37% of homes in the Colorado River Valley, that's beyond Glenwood, were affordable to our workforce working in Pickens County. So, and we know that the number here in Pickens County is next to zero, and the only ones that are on there are deed restricted units. So kind of the takeaways is that if you're working in Pickens County for a brick and mortar industry, an organization or a nonprofit or a business that's actually serving here and is locally based, you can't afford home ownership in Pickens County at current rates. And you might be able to afford free market rentals if you're one of our highest income earners. So those low to middle income earners, which is over 60% of our workforce, are dependent on us, the local governments, to either incentivize, build, provide, somehow support more affordable deed restricted housing for our workforce. And we've talked about solutions a lot. I know you all are familiar with them. We can conserve the housing we have. We can allow people to age in place. We can focus on capital reserves to make sure that the housing we have doesn't go into disrepair. We can convert free market housing into deed restricted housing, which is a great development neutral option. And of course, we can acquire land and construct new housing and make sure that's affordable through a deed restriction or other ways. And the only way we can do this is if we have money. The current price to build a new home in Pickens County is $1 million, and oftentimes that doesn't include land. So although we have collected $9 million in housing impact fees at 1.8 averaged over a year, we can't even build 2 new units with that money. And like John said, it's elastic, it goes up and down. So nobody's gonna give us a 30-year bond or loan us money for 30 years if we say this is our way we're gonna pay back the debt. There could be years where we say, well, we didn't collect anything. Can we not pay back our debt? It's just not a reliable source. So the other place we pulled funding for housing is the general fund, which the BoCC knows has a lot of competing priorities. And over the last 2 years, we've been lucky because we had some savings and we were able to dedicate $7 million of general fund towards housing. Most of that will go towards the Phillips Mobile Home Project and some regional housing initiatives. but we won't have that money to roll forward from savings every single year, which really leads us to, coming to you over many, many conversations about where we look for a long-term sustainable funding source if the county really wants to impact a bit of what we saw here, that graph that you wanted people to see. 60% of our labor force, that's a lot of people driving up and down. We're talking about 250 units over 10 years. That's a pretty small percentage, but it's something. And it allows us to take projects that are already underway, make them more impactful, make them more accessible, really have an influence and sit at the table so that over time we can have a much better impact on this number. But that's kind of what we're talking about here today, is bringing some of those folks closer in, and it's certainly not everyone. It's a long way from everyone. John, I think these slides are yours. You covered this one, so.
Yep. So we've talked about the discussions to date. We had considered during our mini retreats different mill levies and revenues that would be produced. The direction from the board in terms of bringing a mill levy forward for consideration was at 1.5 mils. At our current assessed values, that produces just over $8.5 million a year in property tax revenues, which on $1 million of actual residential value is about $121 a year in tax burden, and on $1 million in actual commercial value is about 435. So you multiply it by the actual value to understand that burden. That's what is in the proposed ballot language that you'll be considering today. In terms of possible uses of funds, it's really preserving and restoring current affordable housing, whether that be working with some of our aging stock to ensure that it remains a viable part of our portfolio. Conversion of free market units. We do that right now internally, and the coalition is looking at doing that regionally. Opportunities that are no growth opportunities to convert free market units to deed restricted units is a desired strategy here. Partnerships. It is unlikely at this level of funding that we'd be able to meet that goal of 250 units, doing it all ourselves. So we'd anticipate the majority of funding would really go towards partnering with other governmental entities, nonprofit entities, private sector entities, to contribute to capital stacks that make projects feasible going forward, and also ensure that we're addressing the multiple needs that exist in our community. Back to our earlier conversation around the successful homeless services that we've been able to provide, but also kind of meeting the limits of what that programming can address in our community. Additional funding for transitional, supportive, and emergency housing to prevent homelessness is potential use, allowable use of the funds, as well as senior housing projects that may come up in the future. The board has, go ahead and flip that, Ashley. The board has also suggested that we look at prioritizing as we make investments with these dollars to ensure that we're addressing high priority community needs. So our emergency workers, transit drivers, snowplow drivers, healthcare workers, human services responders, teachers and educators, those positions that are so critical to keeping our community operating, as well as making our community a community. And so there's an emphasis on being able to prioritize our investments to serve these types of workers in our community. go ahead and, oh, whoops, my screen wasn't flipping, sorry. And then in terms of where housing can be located, there is a concern from the board that we ensure our investments are consistent with land use policies and such, that right now, as those land use policies are constructed, it's really emphasizing investment within urban growth boundaries and in limited circumstances, investment outside of the urban growth boundaries. We're anticipating that this board will be modifying those policies in the near future relative to the recommendations of our our Citizen Growth Management Committee, and that you'd want those investments to be consistent with those policies and plans. And so we understand that's important, and trying to represent that while also giving this board the flexibility to move as those conversations change in our community.
And I kind of think this addresses the number 2 item on the community priority list, and as best it can.
Correct.
Are we ready for
And
ballot
so
language?
with that, I think we're ready. We have the proposed language. I'm going to turn it over to Laura.
Yeah, so you guys have seen this language a couple times before with slight modifications to make sure the community is fully looped in. The version that has been published, the board previously modified to remove a permanent nature from the tax and suggested a 40-year sunset as opposed to a permanent tax. The board has added in a variety of entities that it could partner with. And there's been some removal of particular language, recognizing maybe, preservation covers a number of types of things that this board wanted to do. I can tell you this has been run by bond counsel who feels comfortable with this language, feels it's defensible, feels it's legal. If the board has substantive changes to this language, I would recommend running that language by bond counsel prior to any approval. If there are substantive changes to this language, it would likely require an additional hearing of the resolution. So this is what you've seen before. The board also asked at that time to put together some options to add in a 4th bullet point, speaking to what you've heard is really the tension between additional affordable housing and the desire by the community to remain a rural area with strong land use controls. So this is a red line. Any of these 3 could go into this version of the resolution. Certainly the board is empowered to come up with its own language, but this is just following up on the request from the board. It would be easiest to put this into the resolution if you're concerned about the length of the ballot language, but any of these could go into the ballot language. I understand Commissioner McNicholas Curry also has proposed language for the board's consideration, and we have that on a slide as well, and that's substantially different than what is in the packet. So I wanted to defer to the board on how you want to approach this and move this forward and answer questions that you have.
Thank you. I thank you for putting up this bullet point list, and I think it's worthy of conversation, but I also wanted to give the floor to Kelly because she really spent some effort on trying to craft language that would be easier to fit on the ballot and understand and be clear for the electorate. Do you want to?
Sure, I'll jump in.
So
after our packet was published and we had an opportunity to look at the refinements from our last retreat to this first reading, I know many of us had conversations with folks in the community, and I had folks in the community who gave feedback on how to better clarify what we were endeavoring to do as presented in our slides versus what the draft ballot language said. So really feedback of like, the program sounds great. This doesn't say that. So let's see if we can try to get the ballot language to better say what you are trying to do. And I took that as meaningful input. And so really just tried to take the information directly from our prior conversations in mini retreats and bullet it out while hitting all of the notes that were in the initial draft, specific to the types of tools and the types of partnerships that we would like this fund to go towards. So I know that many of you got this morning and may not have had a chance to look at it in depth, but I would invite feedback on it.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And Laura's received it and received that.
I received it enough to put it in there.
And this is the post red line, or this is I saw the red line version, which.
So the red line was a red line of the ballot language that you previously saw, and it's what has up here, just so you could see what those changes were. There has been no red line by the attorney's office to this language.
Got it. Okay.
Although
thank you.
I have reviewed it this morning.
Now, this is much more than 230 words, so you're saying this would go.
Yeah, I think it's about 280.
Yeah.
And that's the top and bottom paragraph without the bullets, or is it the bullets? Everything, really? That's all? Wow, looks like a lot of letter. Okay, I'm going to go to Patty.
Yeah, I'm not counting. But
I think 250 is a suggestion. I don't
I
think
have
we're
it in
actually
front of
legally
me.
restricted to that.
I have it in front of me. So of course the question is, with the 25 years, I understand that may be a better sell, but we have an issue with allowing us from bonding capacity. So that we need to run by bond counsel. And then the first bullet point of the new language that Kelly has proposed, and Kelly, thank you for all this hard work. I just read it first, and then I was concerned about, should we put among others, but when I read it again, services such as, which doesn't mean it's just limited to those that are listed, it's just those are areas that we're suggesting that would be part of attracting and retaining essential workers. That was, I was afraid we were closing the door on other critical workers that we might come up with. Because, I want to make sure that people who, need help in their retail or restaurants, they may not be critical, but they're critical, or the grocery store. Those stockers and those people that work there, those are critical in a different manner, different definition. But, all of our, that's what I said, such as clarified that. The second bullet point, I'm okay with, actually, I like. The third one, I don't know about the missing middle. I don't know if people will understand that. But just converting housing stock or making it sound more like the one over in the first draft. I think there's a combination of bullet points. That would be the second bullet point in the first draft, and make it more in line with the third bullet point in Kelly's draft. I don't know if we need to put for the missing middle, because I think it would, the general public might not know.
I think I was trying to find a better description of what attainable housing parlance means.
We know what that means, but I don't, they're going to say, who's missing their middle?
Yeah, no.
Yeah. I think some people like me would like to miss some of my middle. And then the next one, creating a capital reserve, I'm good. And I think the second bullet point of the first draft, the one from the 16th, isn't it? Mm-hmm. In that one, they talk about supportive housing. Mm-hmm. Kelly just kind of elaborated more on what that means. So if we need to be cutting some words out, we might want to do a combination of that 1, 2, 3, 4th, 5th bullet point of Kelly's draft, to reduce our words. And then the last bullet point of Kelly's is not really purpose of, it's how we would. It's not the purpose is not to protect Pickens County's rural character of this bond. That's part of what we would do as far as implementing the use of these funds would be to protect.
Good point.
So I don't know where that would be. It's really not part of the purpose of it.
It's one of the guardrails rather than the
Yeah, but I
purposes.
would like that in there somewhere, because I know Greg, I think we're all really concerned about that getting out there. That we're not just saying we're gonna put housing everywhere. We want it to be, according to our land use policies. And I think some of the other ones that you suggested on a different slide here, as far as where there's infrastructure or, yeah, see, I like that language. Sites where employment services facilities exist, such as Redstone or Meredith. I want to make sure that those communities, you know, get some benefit from this if it passes. I think that's critical for me. So any one of those second and third bullet points, I think would be important. But other than that, I think kind of a combination of the 16th draft and Kelly's, I think we can work with. And again, then run it by bond council. And I think we might be able to come up with a question that we can get support from across the county. Good work, Kelly.
Thank you, Patty.
Just in response to a couple of Patty's things,
Yeah.
unless you want to
Mike?
respond first.
Is your mic on?
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we could just leave out for the missing middle on point number 3.
Yeah, I put delete there.
Just leave it out. And then I do think the last one could be a combination. Would you put your choices up again for that, about where the prioritizing such housing in areas consistent with, in order to protect Pickens County's rural character, I think. So that wording, the third item there, and then add to that, in order to protect Pickens County's rural character. I think people would like to see that there's an attempt to protect the rural character.
So blend that bullet point with the last bullet point in Kelly's
Yes, the
draft.
last item up there, comma, protecting, or in order to protect, or protecting, I don't care, either way.
Preservation or protect.
But man, my question is, where do we put it in the ballot language?
Well, I think it's okay as the last one, because once you get to the last one, you've already mentioned all the types of housing and stuff, so I think that then the third bullet, Laura's third one, fits in well after everything else has been.
So you'd still put it under for the purposes including? Is it technically those
I
bullet
thought
points?
you were incorporating it into one of the ones above.
But not limited to, yes.
Okay, just if we're comfortable with that, if that makes sense.
I mean, the
sounds right.
last paragraph is it's so much legalese, I can't
Well, yeah, that's
comment on it.
That stuff's
We'll
just-
get there, guys. I have some
That's
thoughts for
kinda
you on that. too.
Standard stuff.
Has to be there.
Well, I was gonna get there, but I thought maybe we deal
Yeah.
with the substance stuff that you guys care about first.
But at
Well,
first
just-
blush, that's where kind of my comment.
Question is, where else could that protecting the rural character go?
So I do think if we talk about prioritizing housing in those particular things that were spelled out in that requested ballot edition language, but add in there in order to protect rural character, it would be an appropriate place where Kelly has it placed now, because you do then make it a modifier of the housing,
Yeah.
which I think is required for it in terms of statutory construction kind of considerations. So a combination of those two and placing it there would work if there's board desire to do so.
Yeah, yeah. I'm good with it, with blending it in,
Could you put it back up? Sorry.
with that last bullet point.
Okay, that satisfies that. Yeah, thanks.
I know that was a big concern for you, Greg, that we wanted to make sure the public knew we weren't just gonna put it anywhere and everywhere. We're gonna really have dedicated places.
That's been one of the two major concerns I've heard from virtually everyone who's called me about this. So thank you for that. And hopefully that's enough. And if I could figure out a way to make it more clearer, I would. But I think this is pretty clear and succinct.
And in taking out, whenever I said I was done, in taking out for the missing middle, maybe put housing stock into attainable workforce housing? Kelly, you said you were trying to go for attainable?
Which one?
On the bullet point that has missing middle, in front of, say, housing stock into attainable workforce housing? Because Kelly was trying to get to that attainability.
Yeah.
Good
On the
job.
wonky side of things, affordable tends to indicate like certain income areas.
the hard
and
thing,
then
guys,
Attainable is like the upper income areas.
I don't know, I
you
just
but-
thought if that's what Kelly was trying
Yeah,
to go
I
with
think
that might be
You want to
helpful.
be as inclusive as possible, but you also need to be specific. Otherwise, people get suspicious about what you're up to.
Exactly.
And the hard thing is that affordable means certain things in certain contexts, and the context here in Pitkin County, it tends not to apply for, right? You guys are not talking about national AMI and those federal programs that tend to fill the sphere on what affordable is. What affordable is here is totally different than the vast majority of places. And so, in trying to work around that language, that is where attainable came from. It's been used successfully in other communities to try and pull at these things, particularly Boulder, for example, because they have some of the things that we have, maybe not the scale that you guys are dealing with.
Well, and I think that's what Prop 123, the statewide ballot measure,
Yeah.
also said too. Yeah.
I like attainable.
Steve is not visible to us. I just want to make sure he's there. He doesn't seem to have a hand up, but I just wanted to make sure Steve's with us.
There are two small things I would like to discuss if we're sort of working off of the language drafted by Commissioner McNicholas Curry, and I would like to throw those out there for discussion. And so the first is, if you've got it up. Thank you. So this, basically, if you go to the last line of the introductory paragraph, so not more than 25 years to be used for purposes including, I would suggest that in there you put to be used for affordable and obtainable housing and for purposes including. And the reason why I would love to throw affordable and obtainable in there is because right now you have listed the entirety of purposes and you may be limiting yourself in a way that I don't know if you fully intend to. When the board has talked about this before, it's been really clear that you want to do affordable and workforce housing. Attainable is a way to capture both of those things and allow this list that the commissioner has put together, but include other things that you guys have talked about. So that's my first suggestion.
Can I respond to that one
Yes.
really quickly? I like that suggestion also because it softens the whole thing of the $8,543,000 we're getting from you all for taxes, and it tells why early
Right
on.
there in that first
You don't
paragraph.
have to read down to understand what this is for.
Good suggestion.
And then the second one is in that second bullet point, listing who you're going to partner with. I would suggest governmental entities rather than other governments, and that's just a lawyer thing, guys. Sorry.
Well, and I think like that would be like CHAFA.
Totally, 100%. And this is why it's a lawyer thing. I just want to make sure.
Right,
that-
After we talk today.
Are there any other things you can clean up, or have we already done that? Because it seemed like we cleaned it up before.
I have one cleanup. Third bullet point down, the use of the term down payment assistance programs. Down payment assistance programs are very closely defined, like DPA programs. They don't cover buy down programs as we do them, because typically they're up to 30%, or they're like a very small percentage of the cost of the home, and our buy down programs are typically quite a bit more. So you could just say buying down deed restrictions to permanently convert existing housing stock into
Just
workforce
cut
housing
out
or
assistance
whatever.
programs altogether.
Yeah, you don't but I don't know the background on why you.
No, I just was thinking of the how, like how are we gonna get the
I think that's a
done?
great suggestion, though. I think
Yeah,
that's a-
no, if we don't need it in there, I think that's fine.
Yeah, 'cause
I also
we
was
need to be
realizing
looking
we
at
don't have
cutting
like
out some
rental
words, too.
assistance
Trying
any
to buy
spelled
some
out in here
words.
anywhere either.
I have an idea to buy you words, so don't get stressed
Okay.
about that yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
at the end.
counting.
I know, me too.
280
me
minus
too,
2.
Patty. I'm
You
counting.
could also say like down payment assistance programs or similar, if you feel like down payment assistance is something that
So let's
people will know
work
and you
on
want that.
Steve has a question. Steve, go ahead.
So my question has to do with the 230 word limit partly. Who sets that 230 word limit?
Yeah,
Is
just
that a state statute? Is that a Pickton County home rule or what?
well, that's a very insightful question, Steve. I can tell you the proposed limit is 250, not 230. So we're just talking about the right
250,
number. There is the ability for the clerk to allow for more than 250, but there are significant concerns in creating the ballot if you go above 250. So I've been trying to keep you in 250. It's not an absolute must-have. It's a conversation that can be had. And I can tell you, I have a suggestion that I have not yet run by bond counsel, but I have researched and feel comfortable with that would remove 30 words. So I am trying to give you guys some space, and I think there's a route there. So I wouldn't get quite as hung up on that 250.
Got it.
You do want to have a nice, concise question that puts what you're trying to do before the electorate in a way they can understand, and that is typically done in 250, but there is some flexibility there.
Good to know.
Great, thank you. Steve, is there more?
Okay. Well, I really like the version that Kelly has produced, and these little word editing things we're doing to it are making it sound better. So I'm liking where this is going. I have some more general comments not having to do with the wording so much, so maybe I'll save them for later in the discussion.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, we'll have more to talk about. What's next?
So I am hearing that there might be a desire to work on this. So let's talk through my suggestion to remove some words to maybe make you guys feel more comfortable. So if you go down to the bottom, the very bottom of it, that last paragraph that nobody likes
Fancy
to
likes.
really, work with, I do think that there is the ability to remove that first clause, and that's the clause from and shall expend all expenditures with the independent audit and the county's website. So if we removed from and all the way through the first sentence and a half, we would remove a significant amount of words and leave you guys some space. I have not run this by bond counsel. I have done some research, and I feel comfortable enough to suggest it to you now. So that is a
Great.
place to try and recapture some.
So it would start with, and shall the revenues from
Yes.
such tax and
And I
interest
gotta tell
earnings?"
you gotta keep that second half. You can't get rid of that.
Thanks. Patty?
Except, I appreciate that effort, but I think that may be a level of comfort for the community to read that.
To
It
know
was
that
put
it'll
in
be
there.
audited?
It
And
was
that they
put in
can
there
access that on
to
the
try and
website.
provide that. But you really do have to weigh those opposing
Yeah.
things.
I know there's some people out there that don't trust the government to spend their money wisely, and this maybe would give them a level of reassurance that we're gonna audit it and you can see it.
So I think we could say as much in fewer words and incorporate it
So
into
let's
the other
look
sentence.
at tweaking that a bit, or?
My guess is that most people will not read that paragraph.
Me too.
I would say 90% of the people won't read
Well,
that
I
paragraph.
read it. Francis,
Yeah,
you may
and you
not have.
understood it, but most people will look at that and go, blah, 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 blah.
I don't want to make that assumption.
There's
You
people
could
out
be
there right now who are watching everything the governments are doing, so.
Well, let me throw another thing out there, and you guys can sit on that just for a moment. This is the first time that you guys have seen the short title for this, and that's that County Issue 1A Affordable Housing Mill Levy. That will be the first thing that appears on that ballot. Do you guys like that affordable housing mill levy statement? You have to do something. It has to be accurate, and it has to be pretty short and pithy. So this was my attempt to do that, but it might be a place for you guys to really think about how you're communicating what you're doing to your population.
We couldn't call it, do you want a place to live, mill levy?
Oh, I'd have to work with that just a little bit more, Patty.
We call it workforce.
I think that might capture
Could we
the
include
audience.
Critical workforce.
essential workforce, critical workforce, housing,
I
Mill
think
levy
it has to be
included, right?
reflective.
Mill
of what
levy's
you-
got to be in there.
It's gotta be in there.
I don't want to
Housing's
put
gotta
the
be there.
critical workforce in the title because
That's a lot of
people
people.
might consider themselves part of the critical workforce, but they might desperately want housing. And so they're going to be like, well, this leaves me out if I'm not a firefighter, you know.
I'm
and-
a Stockbridge City Market. We've had that discussion over the years.
I want to research this and think about it a little more.
Okay.
I might bring back suggestions.
Great,
that-
yeah, it'd be nice to think, we'll think about that.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
I
you
just want to
can't.
look at like
Yeah.
what other communities maybe have done with their.
Where
It has
they've
to be very
ballot
clear.
titles.
It has to be exceptionally clear, exceptionally short. John, I think,
Yeah.
is going to jump in.
Well, yeah, sorry about that. I also just want the board to stay aware of the timelines that we're operating under
going there.
and when there is a substantive change. I was going to tee that up for you.
We're on
Laura.
the
I've got
same
it.
page.
We're gonna
I've
have
got
a
it
third
covered.
reading, right? We're gonna see this a
Got it
third
figured
time.
out.
You 100%. If we're talking about what I hear you guys talking about in terms of working off of the language proposed by Commissioner McNicholas Curry, you are 100% headed to a third reading.
Yeah.
I can tell you that for sure.
Or can we continue the first? to
Which
next
would
week
be
and
the
just have 2 reads, but
22nd?
continue.
Well, so
When nobody's here?
we teed this up a little bit. You guys can do this entirely within the month of August. You have 2 regular meetings that you could hear this out. You can always hold a special meeting, and
Yes,
the board
that's
has
what I
done
was-
that before.
That's what I was going to say.
So you have the ability to create as many meetings as you need to make this happen, if you want it to
We've
happen.
done that in the past.
Right.
I think we're good on the time frame.
Words but we still need to keep moving, and we don't want to think about it too long, because we do have a deadline. So Laura and board and Ashley, when they're done. I kind of like the idea of having workforce housing and local as words in it, and I don't know if that's too narrow, but what we're talking about is a community that's having trouble housing a local workforce. And so I do want to put that forth as a possible part of the title.
Could you repeat that again? Just the title
Just
part?
the words, local and workforce, be part of it somehow.
Why do you think
a-
local needs to be in there?
Well, because if you're a taxpayer and you're contemplating being taxed for something, but you realize we have a desperate need for local workforce housing, it seems to me an obvious way to tee that up for them.
Well, it's for people who don't understand that it's local. And maybe that's where you're going.
Well,
Who else is
you
gonna
know,
live here
we have
besides
for-
people
I know,
who are-
we've
that's
had-
what I'm
We've
saying.
had conversations about housing, buying housing in other communities, which, does this, you know, maybe it's
Like
still
what
part
other
of that.
communities?
When we're talking the regional housing.
People have
going all
issues
the way
with that,
down there.
right?
The
You
regional.
know, spending money like, you know, it came up with CORE, can we spend
Yeah, but
rent
some-
funds in other communities? Like, it does matter to some people. So I'm just trying to figure out how we narrow it down so people know, hey, that's
So
trying to
local
solve
to
a
you
problem
means
we have here
Up
in our
Valley?
upper,
Well,
in
he
our
means in
community.
Picking,
Picken County. So
I mean, that's what I'm wondering. Do you mean Up Valley when you say local?
let's talk about it.
yeah.
I look
It's
at,
not
I think,
local to me,
I think
and I
our
live in
community
Picken
does
County.
stretch all the way to Glenwood and maybe beyond, but the people voting on this are gonna be Picken County residents.
Well, I am a Picken County resident, and Glenwood is closer to me than Aspen by quite a bit.
Okay, so you're
I
okay
think
with
by
it?
saying local means we're gonna keep it in some local area.
Okay, then let's,
We're not gonna be
maybe we
buying
should think
housing
about
in Grand
population
Junction.
centers. Where are the voters?
I'm a little confused of what the objective.
I'm trying to
Just
figure out
trying-
how to
what
make
are you
it
trying to
really
get to?
clear for the voters who are concerned about raising this money. I'm just trying to figure out how do we appeal to them for the things that they're most concerned about, and that's trying to keep a workforce. It seems like Upper Valley is mostly where we have this intense pressure. Of course, Picken County extends farther down valley, but most of the workers and most of the intense workforce needs seem to be up here.
I do think that is shifting a little bit, though. I mean, I thought so too a couple of years ago, till we saw that study from Raptor that showed that 25% of the cars that come through Glenwood turn at Carbondale. So I do think it's changing a little bit where everybody's going who's on the road and needs a place to live. I'm not saying that the greatest demand isn't up here, but I do think it's flexing a little bit. I think a lot of people go to the Algebel area and Basalt area, and definitely there's a lot of traffic after you pass Basalt as well. But I just think that local, if we're building housing here, it's local. I don't think we need to include that word from my perspective.
Well,
So
as you
I'm
said,
hearing
people
a lot
don't read
of-
the entire thing, right?
I am hearing a lot of energy around moving beyond just affordable to consideration of workforce. So it certainly could be affordable and workforce housing mill levy. 100%, that is very doable. It still fits within the requirements.
If you said what?
If it was affordable
Workforce.
and workforce housing mill levy, if that was your short
Do you
title,
need and?
completely.
Do you even need the and?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Why not take out and?
That's one less word.
I think it's worth that word, guys. I don't want to fight about a word, but
I would suggest and also.
yeah, I really
For the buy downs.
For the flexibility that you're asking for later in the
Because
question.
homelessness
Sorry,
isn't
Laura.
necessarily for the goal of workforce housing.
Right. And affordable doesn't exactly apply to $1 million house.
it's worth
for
that
buy
one
downs.
word, is what I'm
Got
suggesting
it.
to you.
Okay, I won't argue on that.
Affordable and workforce.
Yeah, because if we just limit it to Pickens County, then we're getting it nowhere as far as buy downs and stuff, because how do you buy down a $28 million house?
Well, I'm
And it
just trying to think
excludes
of where the
most of us
voters
all.
are and what they're gonna wanna pay for.
Yeah.
So I have a question about that though, because it makes it sound like workforce housing is not affordable. If you
Isn't.
say affordable and workforce housing.
Well,
It
if I said
excludes
affordable
workforce.
or workforce, I would think that. But if I say affordable and, it allows for it to be both.
How about affordable housing for the workforce?
Well, it discounts Kelly's point.
I think
Which is
No,
like,
because then.
That we are calling out some of this to go towards homelessness solutions as well.
Oh.
And while many of them work,
But
we
most of
don't
them are,
generally
yeah.
have that.
don't want to be exclusive
see.
of those
Okay, I
needs.
understand.
Yeah.
Got it. This is difficult.
This is the flag to people who are skimming their ballot. You will see a lot of jurisdictions just leave it blank. They don't even
what
put
blank?
in a title, the ballot title. It just says ballot issue. It doesn't even say, it just says
Doesn't have a
4A or whatever.
Right.
You know, so
Read the
this is an
language.
opportunity to like very quickly signal
100%.
what comes next.
And this is the first thing that they're going to see on their ballot.
So like, do you want to
How
live
about
here?
housing
Could be
mill
a-
levy.
If you make it too
Housing mill levy, just that.
right, if you make it too ambiguous,
Why don't you bring
that's
us back
not gonna
some
help.
suggestions?
It has to be pretty clear.
Yeah,
and
no, I
direct.
don't, I mean, I think affordable and workforce housing
Them
mill
talk
levy is
about it.
fine.
We're gonna
Okay.
bring back.
Okay.
I'm gonna have.
What about just having housing mill levy?
You know, that really is a question for you guys on a political sphere, right? Do you want to communicate that it's housing, or do you want to communicate that it's a particular type of housing?
I don't want people to think we're gonna use this money for housing. I want it to be for affordable or workforce housing. So however we wanna craft those words, I think we can bring back some suggestions, because obviously we're gonna have one more good stab at this language.
I think what you have with affordable and workforce works
Okay.
for me right now.
I'm okay with
Rye
it.
has a suggestion.
Ask
Question.
Ashley and Laura a point of clarification, because I'm confused, which means nothing, but it's, are you both clear on whether the board intends to spend or limit itself to this expenditure in Pickens County, or, okay. So it would probably at least be a good idea to give staff a little bit of direction on that, unless you're gonna you don't wanna shift gears and run out of time at some point. So either provide some options maybe, or discuss it a little bit, so that
Options for what?
where the expenditure is gonna be limited to.
Do we
And
have
what-
to have that in this?
No, and it's
No, you
currently
don't.
not limited.
Right, and what I've heard is maybe a concept of doing that, and if it's not intended to be limited to expenditures in Pickens County, that's fine, as Laura just said, but I kinda just heard a little back and forth on that maybe was not answered.
If I could add a caution to that, there are several projects. This board has projected that what we want is the ability to partner with other entities and contribute to capital stacks. In that vein, you have us working on some projects right now. For example, partnership with Eagle County on the tree farm. If we preclude spending outside of our boundaries, it may preclude using these funds in that type of partnership. It would preclude in the future if there were a regional partnership for homeless services, which would most likely, be the more successful kind of solution. It preclude these funds being used in that regional partnership. So that, I think our goal is certainly, particularly for the workforce housing components, to get that housing as close to where the jobs are as possible in the different places in the county, which is a policy kind of decision of the boards. But if you do limit it, you're going to maybe preclude some of those other possibilities. That may be justified for political purposes, but I just wanted to flag that before you
That's
make
what
the
I was trying to
decision.
get at as to where can we, if we just limit it, it's like say we're only gonna put housing in the urban growth boundary. Well, what are we actually gonna be able to do then? It's the same thing, it's just we've broadened that to the opportunities for partnerships in the valley, but outside of Pickens County, which would provide much needed housing for people who don't have to drive from Silt. They can start in Elderbell and get on the bus right there.
So I maybe want to check in with you guys. I think I've heard and written pretty strong notes about the areas in which there would be modifications to Commissioner McNicholas Curry's version with what we've discussed today. I want to check in and make sure that you guys want a ballot question. So I think I might start there. Does that make sense to y'all?
I would like a ballot question to come back to us and, when we have 2 readings more to do, probably, after this.
Let's go back to what Howie's problem was with the ballot question and why he.
Howie?
The representative
Both
from
you
the
guys told me
Democratic
that,
Party.
all of you
Howie.
told me,
You're
Howie
right,
doesn't
Howie's
support this, so we can't do it. So, that Howie.
Well, that's so the public knows. It's Howie who was representing the Pickens County Democratic Party.
Right. And what were his objections to this language?
It wasn't clear enough.
So I would say my conversations were broader than just one individual about trying to be very clear about what we wanted to do with it. And so that was the feedback that motivated trying to really turn our slides and all those conversations into clearer bullet points.
Exactly.
One of the problems was the 40 years, right?
Well, I bet he didn't understand that the 40 years would allow us bonding capacity, and I
yeah.
think the public needs to know that. Whether 25 years will fly with bond council, we don't know.
Right, that's still a question we want to talk about.
Yeah, and so for me, I think we need to run that by bond council, and if they say, no way, it's gonna take your bond rating and trash it.
I'd
But I
like to
think the
talk about
public
it here
needs to know that
first,
provides us
yeah.
the opportunity to bond. And so we need that revenue source in order to be able to bond that money.
And then my other question about whether or not to do this is, I just went completely blank.
We can get back to
think
it,
I
there'll
was
be more time.
Thinking about Howie. Yeah,
More
come back to me in a
opportunity.
second.
Steve, you've got your hand up. You're muted.
Okay, there, pushing the wrong button. One thing this does not mention is reading, which a lot of.
Steve, turn off your
are living
video.
in a-
Turn off the video. Thank you.
A lot of people are retired who are living in affordable workforce housing because they were working and then they retired. We do not mention retirement housing in our thing. Building retirement housing to free up spaces in existing workforce housing would be a viable strategy. Maybe the retirement housing would be more mid-valley where there's better climate, less snow, closer to shopping, whatever reasons, which would free up some of the workforce housing that's closer to the jobs. But we don't mention that in the ballot question. So should we have a mention in there of retirement housing?
Good question. Thanks, Steve.
Well, if I was a taxpayer and I saw we were gonna spend my tax dollars so people could have a retirement home, it would have to be you'd have to define what that meant, which would take up 200 and.
Well, we
You
talk
are a
about,
voter, by the way.
we talk about right sizing and transitional
Depending on what it
housing, and that could
So
possibly.
we do have language in the earlier version that speaks to senior housing. That might be what,
I don't know.
I can't tell. I can't tell if that's what you guys want or not. I don't
think,
Well, we want-
I really
yeah.
appreciate Steve's comments, but that's a whole nother category that I'm not sure I'm
And
prepared
maybe
to
in the buy
include in
down,
this.
maybe buy downs covers that, Steve. I'm just thinking if we want to be able to buy down, we may be buying down to help a retiring person move from their affordable unit or their free market unit to another, to help them move on. We're not going to buy them senior housing, but we're going to help them. Does that help?
You guys really do have to weigh trying to leave yourselves opportunity with the political reality of wanting people to know what you're going to spend the money on.
Yep.
And that's a delicate balance. And this conversation about, retirement or senior, that is the exact sort of thing that you need to be weighing. And I think John was going to jump in too, so I don't want to.
Yeah, in a pretty, similar vein, I guess, Laura, the way the language is constructed now around affordable housing, would it preclude the board from pursuing an affordable senior housing project?
Well, so I think that's why I'm recommending, and I think I got
Direction on
support
the title.
to include affordable and obtainable housing in the intro paragraph, and it would fall within that if
Right.
that occurs.
I have another recommendation. Perhaps in the second bullet point, we say partnering in housing programs with blah, 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 to generate affordable housing, maybe affordable rental or ownership housing. And
Instead
then
of,
get rest.
instead of to rent or
Instead
own.
instead of restating critical workforce, which we already say up above.
Do you think we need to add anything about senior housing? I think that, I
Oh,
think.
just leave it
As
out?
part of our educating the public, because we're gonna be doing a lot of talking, that question may come up, and we can say that that is not ruled out in this ballot question.
Would you read what you suggested as the change there, Kelly, again?
Yeah. Partnering in housing programs with blah, 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 to generate affordable rental or ownership housing.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah, take out the, yeah. Cleans it up a little bit.
Yeah.
And it also means that then we could put somebody in there who isn't part of the workforce, like somebody who's retired.
And just to make sure I understand, are we removing everything after housing in that second paragraph, that whole last line, or are we just removing to rent and own?
Yeah, get rid of the rest.
Affordable
Okay.
rental or ownership housing.
Everything that's
period.
highlighted now can be
If you
deleted.
get rid of critical workforce, you're changing the tone of it pretty dramatically, in my opinion.
But it
Well,
says
except
critical
we have it in
workforce.
say
other
it in the
places.
first bullet.
It's already stated in the first bullet, Greg, your critical housing.
I'm looking for it. How come I don't see it?
Right there.
Essential workers for critical community services.
Got it.
To generate housing, rental or ownership housing, is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
So that makes it more inclusive.
Generate affordable rental or ownership housing, period.
Okay, so you guys keep working with the language, and that seems to suggest to me you want to run a question. But I just want to make sure.
I
Well,
said
here's
I'm ready
the,
to move it.
I've been had people call me and say, we're not certain, and this is one of the things Howie expressed, is that if we're not really very clear and limit ourselves to a great extent, it's going to seem too nebulous, and it seems like an open purse, right? It seems like a fund that we could put in so many different directions. The looser we make it, the more wiggle room we give ourselves, the fewer voters we're going to
It's
have
that balance,
in favor of it.
100%.
And so I'm sure we could do it, but I'd kind of like it to pass if I'm going to put all this effort into it, and that's my concern. So I'm trying to figure out how do we focus it so people know exactly where we think the most important things are, because we can't be everything to everybody. We can't house everybody. We know that. but we do have some critical needs we need to address, and that's what I'm trying to focus on.
I think the language and where it's going is doing that. It's when I first talked with Howie, it was like, where are you going to put it? And like, we're not being that specific as to citing it.
Yeah, and
The
that's
main
too
thing
bad,
is to
yeah.
allowing us to, for me, the main thing, and I've said this and I'll keep saying it, is that this allows us a fund to be partners with people to actually get some housing done. Because $8 million a year is not going to build us housing. It's not going to build the 250 units. We're going to need to partner, and that's going to allow us to come to the table like we did at Basalt Vista, which is an amazing project. And that's going to allow us to partner at Phillips, and it's going to allow us the opportunity to provide affordable workforce, obtainable housing.
I mean, let me check my own understanding, because I really thought that that first bullet point is really defining, like, the jobs we're trying to house, right? So with the exception of, like, things that are really not specific to creating new housing, you know, like capital reserves and homelessness, that those are the jobs that our housing projects would be housing.
Yeah, among others, though,
You know?
such as. Because
Right.
we
So
don't
it's a
want to leave
suggestion rather than a rule. I mean, we're not saying we're only going to do this. We're saying, here's some examples of things we'd like to spend the money on, but it's not limited to this.
Well, but we're
and then
all-
down below, we say, and we're going to cut out critical workforce and just say affordable rental.
But that's also letting us, if we, you know, create housing and we can't fill 20 units with all of these types of workers.
We want the flexibility.
We need them to get filled. We're not gonna let them sit empty.
Plus, we need,
know.
we need to let the other businesses know, like City Market and small retail or restaurants, that this may provide them an opportunity to come to the table and be partners if they want a one-bedroom unit or a studio unit to house their shop manager or somebody that they can't house here.
And particularly Ski Co, I wouldn't say they're essential workers.
No, I'm saying
they're
I
essential to
said
Ski Co.
small businesses.
Yeah, but even big businesses.
Yeah,
You know?
but I'm saying, I've been hearing for a long time, maybe because of ACRA, from those small businesses that
Yeah.
just don't have the opportunity, and will provide them, and that's a good source of getting the education out there on why this is necessary for Pickens County to be at the table
Got it.
and actually get something done.
Okay, so with that in mind, it sounds like we're moving toward keeping it a little bit looser and to be more inclusive.
At the
So
same
I'll
time.
I'll go along with that.
So I think we're supporting, Greg, don't you think we're
I haven't
supporting
seen it
moving
anywhere.
about question?
Steve,
at least to
yeah,
next
I
reading?
think we are. I had some other concerns that aren't related to the absolute language, other than hopefully there'll be extra room so we can add a few words if we need to.
I'm trying to
I
buy
know,
you
you're
guys some
cutting,
space.
you
just
are,
so
you've
you
done a
know.
great job. I love cutting out that first line of the last paragraph. That helps a lot, and you can incorporate the thought of that easily into the second line if they'll let you.
Easily.
Yeah.
Sure, of course you can. I'll tell you how.
And we need to remember, this is not a novel, it's kind of a short
It's
story.
a text. It's a tweet. Okay. Any other questions? Here's the question. When you mentioned missing middle in there, that kind of resonated with me. I'm worried about the middle that's feels pushed out. We do have a lot of residents in the community who are not billionaires and multimillionaires who happen to own older homes or happen to be retired or on fixed incomes, who are going to feel the pain from an increased tax. And I know how they're going to vote. I'm pretty sure I know, because those are a lot of the people I'm hearing from. Is there anything we can do with this measure to relieve, with a refund, a category of residents who really will be damaged? Because they're the middle that are going to get, we're not talking about missing middle, we're talking about middle that are going to get chased out, frankly. I include myself among them, and many people I know. And so, is there any way we can craft this so that you could apply for a refund if you're in a certain category of housing, whether it's the age of your house, the length of time you've been in the house, income level? Are there criteria that we could rationally put into this ballot measure?
Yeah, so I think the idea is a really good one. I don't think you can put it in the ballot language. What you can do, so Article 10, Section 3 of the Colorado Constitution deals with uniform taxation provisions. And so because of some of those things, I don't think you can put it in here. But just in March 15th of this year, Senate Bill 24-002 was passed by the legislature, and it allows a Board of County Commissioners to establish and administer an incentive program to directly incentivize improvements in an area of specific local concern related to the use of real property. Does that sound lawyerly enough for you guys? So let's talk about what that means. It specifically says, you know, if a BoCC has determined that there's diminishing or unavailable things that are of concern to you guys, and it specifically calls out access to housing and you know, the availability of housing as one of those things, you can create a property tax rebate or refund. So you have the ability to do those kind of things with a separate program. I don't think you can do it in the ballot language. So you would have the ability to really message around that by tasking staff to take a look at creating a program. And you could talk about your desire to do that kind of thing in the context of, you know, any efforts on this. I don't think you can do it in the ballot language.
Got it. So, but would it run, it would be a separate resolution or on the
It would
part
be
of the-
separate, yep.
Yeah.
So you guys would have to ask for that. You'd have to move it forward. I can tell you, I don't think that would happen in the same time frame as this.
This, right. Copy that.
It would
Also, we
be
need to know what it
subject
would
to
cost us.
annual appropriations
Yeah.
from the
Right.
board.
And John, when we kind of brought this up the other day, John said, you know, that property tax program we have now is kind of a short term. This would be for 25 years. So we'd have
The
to look
length
at
of the
staffing, who's going to
program.
administer and all of that. So we need to look at the whole picture. I don't have a problem looking at it because I know a lot of people that will be hit. But a lot of people who will be hit, a lot of them, when I've talked to them, have said, but it's not a lot of money, even though my house is valued here, my property value is probably going to be coming down, which, you know, we're kind of seeing that trend. And if it provides then for the critical services that a lot of people who've been here a long time need. They need those critical responders. They need nurses. They need, you know, their grandkids need, you know, amenities when they get here, and they need a grocery store, and they need people to help service their homes more that are driving from a long distance. And so I think they're also seeing some of that benefit, Greg. But I think if we were to look into creating some kind of, it doesn't get automatic. You have to come in and apply, kind of like the city's food tax rebate. I think that might be something we can look at in the future.
So would this board be willing to direct staff to do that?
In the
I
future,
think the
not-
public should know this as we're crafting a new tax. We should have a statement about whether or not we support investigating this so that we can
I
create a
support, you know, asking
program like
staff
that.
I
after.
definitely do. I mean, I think we should say we have created this rebate. We're open to feedback if it hits the right mark or not. We've provided mill levy credit, you know, from,
We have to determine what it's gonna cost.
you know, I mean,
And
you know,
can
we're
we
not
afford it?
taking like the 100%, right? We've provided mill levy credits and all the funds that we can and what we're required to do.
This would be a refund
You know,
or
and-
rather than a credit, right?
And we
No,
did
no,
that.
I'm just saying, but those are things that
We've
we
done to
do, and we
I-
have taken action as a board, and that it just demonstrates commitment to lessening property tax burden.
I would like to
Right.
be able to include that when we release this ballot language, that we would have some sort of commitment from our board that we're going to investigate this and this is important.
And I think you guys have a mechanism to do that. So
Yeah.
yay, you have a resolution. You can put things in that resolution. So you could say, you know, we can draft language in that resolution talking about that the existing and temporary rebate and mill levy credit program that this board has put together, and directing staff to explore some of the things you're talking about here. And then you could use that, because that is a resolution is a communication tool of this board.
And how do we pressure our special districts to like be responsive to this too? You know, I mean,
Well, it worked last time.
you know, I do think that is something that
Well, it worked with the
we have a
sub, but
role
not with
in.
the biggies.
Well, yeah, so it's a percentage discount, it's not a complete refund, it's a
So $1 million property would be $143, correct, John?
121.
$121. So, I mean, I'm assuming the people that you're talking about don't have properties that are worth much more than $1 million.
Well, it depends on where they're located. If they've got a little 100-year-old house in Aspen, it could be worth $8 million, but they could be living on a fixed income. That's the weird disparity.
And they should apply for the rebate program.
Then they should, so if we have a
Existing
rebate program, they should apply for it, yeah.
Yeah. We do have a rebate program. People, please apply for the rebate program. Even
That's
if you're
just on general
rejected, then we
property
know
taxes.
what's coming in.
And,
you know?
and we can use it for this as well as part of our property taxes.
Or we could create one that's specific to this.
I think it's a different category.
I don't
John
see
will
why we would create another one. I mean,
Well,
if we have one.
so the
different
one that we have is not an ongoing program at this point. It was a program that was appropriated and put in place to address the immediate impacts of valuation increases. It is at the discretion of the board how that continues and for what purpose. I believe, Laura, based on the language that you just read, if the board wanted to do a relief program specific to this new tax, they would be able to do that.
I think it could be explored.
And-
I don't want to say it's a slam
Fair enough.
dunk,
Okay.
because that is a substantial sort of question, right? Exactly. What do you want to do? How do you want to do that? How does that fit in?
Right.
And so, but you can direct staff to 100% explore that, and you can include language in the resolution related to this ballot item, directing staff to do that.
Can I also just
like that.
flag some bigger context? Like the statewide landscape for property tax assessment is very mobile, right? Like there is a lot in play that I think could very reasonably change what necessarily the conversations are about assessment rates and things like that. That I also think we should keep in mind before like permanently sort of fixing anything. You know, like.
Could
am I
take a
being clear
change,
about
got
that?
it.
No. Try again.
So, you know,
Well,
we
maybe
just
you are,
like
I'm
say
just not.
say the assessment rate goes down to 2% or 4%. You know, in the
The
coming
our county assessment rate?
yes. In
Okay,
coming
say it
years,
does,
you
yeah.
know, these conversations are very active. There will be ballot measures
Right,
on this.
right.
There are statewide legislative conversations about this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so I just think that we should also remember that we also should create some flexibility in whatever we want to do in the now, so that we can adjust to
And
those
reflect
changing
what's going on
landscapes
in
in the
other-
future. Because we may decide, you know, maybe we can't give as much of a mill levy credit or something based on how those things change our,
Yeah. I guess so.
Should be
So,
discretionary.
yeah, so that's why I just think I think what we have now is flexible because we would have to revisit it year after year. I think Laura can bring back contemplation about what some specific carve out might be, you know, keeping in mind that the landscape around us about this could be shifting too. I think the value in a ballot question like this is, at least as it's structured now, preserves its integrity separate from like our mill levy caps and things like that.
Right.
Like we'll still be
So
able
as
to
it
do
should.
housing, you
Okay.
know?
And then it will be, we'll have to figure out what we can afford to do and where does the money come from if we're gonna create a program like that? And those are all questions that John will have
But I
for
think
us
it's
next.
something we should look into and
Yeah.
put in a resolution so the
Yeah.
public knows that we're gonna consider that and see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, I hope this rebate program's a success. I hope we have reasons to know if it's not, why it's not. You know, I think it's
Right.
all really
And is
important to
it
consider.
broad enough that it actually makes a
Yeah.
difference to people,
Yeah.
right?
And just to be
okay.
clear, I do not think that staff can bring you a rebate program by the next reading of this.
No, no, no,
Sure.
I'm
We
just saying,
understand.
put
We
in a
understand.
reso.
No, I thought
I was
but
just
I
gonna
caught
say the
something
same
We want
right
to
thing.
signal
there
our,
that made me nervous.
I think we want to signal our intent to the
Yes,
community
okay.
that this is part of what we're trying to do. And
I'm on the
that's,
same page.
Yeah.
You gotta bring me
Good way
along,
to put
guys,
it, Greg.
sometimes.
yeah. To address that concern.
Right.
And then depending on the scope of that rebate program, you have to consider the impacts on the funds available for affordable housing and whether
That'll
you
be
adjust
part
the
of the,
tax
what
itself.
we're
Right.
Or if
studying.
it's in the general fund, any other pieces, yeah.
Right.
I mean, I will just know, maybe others, but I have received emails from Ms. Mayor saying we should create such a carve out for like childcare, private childcare, commercial property tax, things like that.
Not recently, these are the ones we've gotten in the past.
I mean,
Last night-
in line with this new bill passing.
Oh, yeah,
this
yeah,
year.
we all got those.
Yeah.
Okay,
Lots
so
to think about.
the board has direction to, this will be part of crafting a reso down the road with this intent.
If you guys take action today, yes.
Wait, is there any other?
So what do we take action, that this is the wording that we
direct you
want
to
right
craft a
here,
reso.
or?
Do you want to address that, or are you
please
okay?
go ahead.
So, you guys can bring this. You can continue the item today with direction for us to bring back a resolution and attachment A with ballot language consistent with our conversation here today for a first read at your next regularly scheduled
Okay.
meeting. I think that's where you're headed, but I just want to check in.
I'm good with that.
I have a
I think that
suggestion.
makes sense. Go ahead.
I would like to put out a motion to continue this to a continued first reading for the first meeting in August, which is the 14th, with some new language and new reso with some more information in it. And I would also like to see if the chair would entertain opening it to public comment on the 14th, so we don't just get public comment on the second reading on the 24th.
I think that's an interesting idea. Yeah, I like that. We need a second, and we also have further conversation. I want to maybe check in with Steve and.
So is part of the motion then that it will include a public comment?
It's part of my motion.
Or we just make it discretionary and I can do it.
Yeah, but I'd like it to be noticed.
Okay.
All right, I'll second it.
Okay, that's a good idea. We have a second, further conversation. Steve, don't have your hand up, but I want to make sure you're.
Well, let's see, a couple of thoughts that I've had that I'll go ahead and say them now. One has to do with, some people will probably protest against having the homeless population included in this. Why do we need to house the homeless population? Well, most of the homeless population actually hold jobs. They just don't have a place to live. So they are actually part of the workforce, a large percentage of them, not all of them. But I think that that's a moot point to me, that they are part of the workforce by and large. Couple other thoughts. People will protest that we're doing housing in the Mid-Valley area, which is probably where, more of our projects are going to be, Mid-Valley or farther down Valley. But Picken County has been moving, some of our jobs actually have been moving down Valley some, even from our own employees. And I think that will continue to be a trend. So we want more housing in the Mid-Valley for our own workers. They're not all coming to Aspen. Also, and I think we should put more effort maybe into moving more of our jobs down Valley as much as possible. But then also the other component is the Roaring Fork Transit Authority. The more that we can support that and provide more buses to bring people up to work in Aspen, that would be money well spent to provide. And I'm thinking like free transportation for workers coming to work from down Valley, so they don't have to pay anything getting on the RAFTA bus. If we could make that happen, it makes people's commutes easier, not as long, because they're not getting caught in the traffic jam by the airport. And I think we should put efforts into that at the same time as pursuing this ballot question. So that's the thoughts I've had while we've been discussing this.
Thank you, Steve.
Can I ask for
Yeah, go ahead.
one point of clarification before you guys vote on the motion? Do I have a little wiggle room to play, on what we've talked about today? Like if there's a way to clarify one of the things, I want to make sure I have a sense of exactly how to bring it back to you at the next time. I don't anticipate really substantive differences from what we've talked about today, but is there a little ability to tweak language?
Well, my thinking is you'll take a combination of the two drafts and kind of clarify the points we brought up today. That's what I
100%.
would like to see come back on the 14th for further discussion.
Other thoughts? I'd say yes. You have to be able to.
251 words would be fine with me.
I'm trying to get you under there too. Just, it's good when you guys get along with Ingrid, when Ingrid gets along with you, Yeah.
Perfect.
I just wanted to say, Steve, thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. I was trying to think of what the cost to RAFTA would be to make, transportation from, say, Glenwood Springs free for everyone. And it's significant enough that RAFTA hasn't been able to do it yet. As much we saw the state do it last summer, and we all wanted to, but we couldn't afford to. So it's a financial thing for RAFTA. RAFTA is also going to be discussing how do we support first and last mile in all the communities up and down the valley, some of whom don't think they'll be able to pay for that going forward. But it's such a critical thing. So there are a lot of conversations about that.
And one more thought to me is, it'd be cheaper to pay for that down valley than it would be to buy land and build housing up in, the urban growth boundary in Aspen.
Right.
They'd probably be more cost effective to subsidize RAFTA than to build housing up valley.
We've had that conversation, and you're right. It's cheaper to build housing farther away. That's true. But it's not palatable to everybody farther away. But yeah, there's the rub. Do I need to call a question yet? Did we have a second? Did we have a second?
Nancy seconded.
If that's, I'm going to call a question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. What were y'all waiting around for, huh?
Well, for you to figure
stop
out.
yammering on.
Good job.
Don't listen to her. You're doing great.
Thank you.
Can we take a break?
I'd like to take a short break. This was pretty intense, and there's a lot to
Okay,
it.
I'll send it to you.
We're going to 5 minutes. 5 minutes
I
enough?
have it on my computer if you just want to.
Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the
But you're right.
Commissioners' regular meeting. Up next is resolution submitting to the electorate that the general election to be held on November 5th, a ballot issue authorizing the issuance of bonds for the expansion of the county solid waste center and pledge of the revenues of the solid waste center fund to the payment of such bonds, setting the ballot title and content for the ballot issue to be submitted, authorizing that all necessary and appropriate actions to be taken relating to the election for such approval. So this is a bond. This is not a tax. This is our ability to bond the expansion of the landfill, which I think the community understands is essential at this point. I don't know how many years we have left on our current landfill, but you'll probably tell us that. And Brian may be online. Is that? Yes, he is. There he is. He's right there. Okay, take it away, Brian, I guess.
Sure. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm a Public Works Director. And the purpose of this is just for the board to, I guess, ratify the language in the ballot question that would authorize staff, if it's passed, to issue bonds to the extent that we need them. We completed a financial analysis, and based on the cost of this expansion, which involves a tremendous amount of infrastructure moving, we would need up to $22 million to complete the 70-year landfill expansion. I want to talk about that a little bit more. But we have about 5 years left in the current landfill. We just expanded about 2 years ago. There's about 5 years left in that expansion. The reason this is so expensive is because basically we would have to move 4 different facilities that are currently constructed on trash. So we are permitted to fill the area that our facilities are located with trash. We just have to go through the state permitting process. If this ballot question is placed on the ballot and is passed by the voters, we would then begin to move the facilities and develop a new landfill cell that could extend the life of the landfill for up to 70 years. This would be made for the next generation. I will say it does not preclude the county from looking at other technologies to use their waste. So the purpose of this meeting, again, is just to direct the staff to place the ballot on the November 5th ballot.
Thanks, Brian. Any questions?
Yes. Is this what we looked at with all the maps and coding and stuff in the last year when you showed us, or when Kathy showed us the possible upgrades?
It is. So it moves 4 facilities. It moves about 30% of the entry road. So people would enter into the landfill a little differently. But then that allows that area that the road currently exists in to be filled with trash. We would have to meet all the state guidelines for a new landfill cell. It would need to be lined. We would have to capture all that leachate that would be coming through the trash in perpetuity.
Right. And then, but it doesn't preclude changing those plans if better technology comes along.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thanks, Brian.
Yep.
Patty.
Brian, I just want to tell you, I was just up earlier this week over at the old Aspen Valley Ranch on the other side of the river, way over there, and looking over at the landfill. It looks so nice. It really looks nice. And the new building, the maintenance building that's down there where they can now bring the equipment in and have it maintained there. You can see it. It's pretty visual from that side, but it blends in really well. The color, it was really well done, and it was impressive to be on that side and look out at the expanse. But, yeah, I think the most important thing about this issue before us today is that the taxpayers know they won't be paying an additional tax. That is all coming out of revenues generated either already in the existing funds at the landfill or ones that will be generated over the years from all the wonderful stuff we have offer at the landfill. So, yeah, I think the language in reading it, I didn't have any questions. I just think the main thing is that people need to know it's no new taxes.
Kelly, do you want to say anything? Or Steve? I'm looking to you too. Steve's reaching for his mute button.
No, I'm totally good with the landfill expansion. Long range, I would like to come up with a, waste reprocessing, some other waste to energy kind of a thing, or something that would greatly reduce our landfill trash and extend the life of the landfill infinitely into the future. But for now, we need, getting 70 years of space, and I think we need to continue looking for a permanent solution. But this one buys us a whole bunch of time, and I'm in favor of doing the ballot question on this.
Thanks, Steve. John has something to
Yeah,
add.
and Steve, I just had the feasibility study that you all approved earlier today will include looking at our municipal waste streams as a potential feeder for SAF. And if that does prove as a viable technology, that is something that we may be able to shift. It is likely we would still need funding for infrastructure and such to make that happen. But right now that has not been proved out as you said, as a feasible option. And we do have this expansion on the table that we'd like to ensure we're able to finance within that time frame of our existing landfill, that 5 years or so that's left. So we are looking at that.
Excuse me.
Is that it, Steve, or can I go to Kelly? Kelly,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Go to Kelly.
Inspired by our last conversation, I'm wondering what the ballot title will be for that.
I'm sorry, what the ballot language would be?
What the ballot
I
title.
have suggestions.
Okay, so I'll go to that. If I may, could I just talk a little bit about the financing of this? We run the Solid Waste Center as what we call an enterprise fund under generally accepted accounting principles. And what that means is it's run like a business. So it receives no taxpayer funds whatsoever. Its revenues are solely fees and charges of the landfill, and they cover all the costs of the landfill. It's almost a governmental business. And we have two funds that are enterprise funds. One's the airport, receives no tax dollars, and the other, of course, is the landfill. So that's why there's no tax increase. It's going to be paid for exclusively out of the funds generated by the Solid Waste Center itself. Under Colorado constitutional law, the enterprise funds are actually exempt from asking voter permission for debt issuance because they're not requiring an increase in tax. And so this is exempt from any Tabor, limitations on debt issuance. The reason why we're going to the voters and asking for this is because in our home rule charter, it requires for any debt to be issued by the county to go to the voters. And so that's the reason why we're doing it. So it was a little bit of a challenge for council to draft the question because they are not used to drafting questions that aren't Tabor related. So we did discuss, and Kutak Rock, Tom Y with Kutak Rock, who's actually on vacation right now, so can't join us, but he decided that it was in our best interest to craft it similar to, I'm going to have to get out of sharing. Let me stop here. Share again. Craft it similar to Tabor language, just because that's what the electorate is most familiar with these days. One minute. Here we go. So we don't have the short title yet. I don't think he's given it to us, but it starts off saying, with no increase in any county tax or tax rate, shall Pitkin County debt be increased by up to $22 million, with a maximum repayment cost of up to $22 million for the purpose of financing the cost of constructing and equipping an expansion to the county solid waste center. So obviously, I think the repayment amount needs to be changed in there, because that needs to
Usually
include
it's
the
like
interest.
with interest, right?
Yeah.
And all of the repayments will come out of the revenues from the landfill.
Correct.
Patty?
Yeah, I have a question on that Appendix A that you have there. The very last sentence, is that where we're kind of doing a Tabor thing? Because I question that, and shall the proceeds of such bonds be a voter-approved revenue change that the county may collect, retain, and expend without limitation? So that's the Tabor clause that's in there. But what proceeds of the bonds, would that, so that's going right into paying off the bond, the proceeds of the, I don't get that. What more revenue are we gonna gain from having a bond? Rather than paying off the 22 million? This sounds like we're debrucing a question. I don't understand why that's, can you help me with that? Somebody?
I just wonder if that last part should also just say per Picken County Home Rule Charter instead of Title 20.
Right.
Title.
It
Ti-
sounds
Article
like, you
10.
know, if the mill levy was to go up, which we're not doing, then you could retain all that revenue increase and not have to, you could be debrucing technically. That's how I read it, being familiar with reading debrucing language.
And the word you're having trouble with is, shall the proceeds of such bonds be a voter-approved revenue change?
Yeah, that we can collect and retain and spend those, but
But that's the point of, I think it's pretty clear, but I'm not an expert on that.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's basically saying it's not subject to Tabor.
Right, okay.
yeah,
the
but it's
way they
not
say-
subject to Tabor.
Say again?
But it's not subject to Tabor. But, I mean, I just was wondering, because that's kind of your standard debrucing language, isn't it? That anything you get above and beyond, you can still keep.
Oh, are you saying without the limitations of Tabor?
So I don't
Should
know.
it say
Are we
that?
okay with that?
Without the limitations of Tabor, or do we even need to say it?
I will ask them, but the way I think I read it is that it's saying that obviously the proceeds that we receive from issuing the bonds are not subject to any constitutional limitations.
Okay. It makes it sound like we're gonna make money off of it,
Or
when
we're gonna
what we're
expend
doing
it
is we're
without
just gonna
limitation.
pay it back. Right, and the bond is to pay
I
off
know,
the money.
I remember going through some of these questions
Yeah.
before with them, and they're so specific that they have to write exactly it in a certain way that
Are we okay with
doesn't
it?
make sense to us lay people.
I'm looking to see if
Sounds
we're,
like we're expending without limit.
it seems like we're making money off this bond when we're really not. We're just making enough money to pay them.
We're just using the
We
bond
won't make
revenues
any money
from the
because the
bonds.
IRS will prevent us from doing so.
Yeah.
So as Anne's alluding to, the language that must be included in something like this is very specific. But I'm hearing the board's concern, and I'm more than happy to follow up afterward with Anne and bond counsel
Yeah,
to
just to
double check
clarify.
on this before it comes back to you all again.
I mean, and I just think logically, if we're saying, to the voters, is it going to bother them that much if they think we're making money off a bond that didn't cost them any tax money?
I don't know. I just need to know if we're. I just need clarification.
Well, nobody makes money off of bonds.
I know. That's why is that in there? Because it makes it sound like we're going to be collecting more money. We can spend it and keep it and spend it. But I just want
Sounds like
clarification.
it's above my pay grade.
Yeah.
We do get bond proceeds that are then paid back, and Tabor is
Right.
specific to both an enterprise fund's ability to do that, as well as an entity's ability to do that and pay back. But we can double check. We did have bond counsel draft this, so we can double check that legalese with them.
So just so you know, I read it.
I know, we should have put a chocolate at the end of it.
No, I question mark why. I was a wee bit confused.
So, you probably know what my concerns are about this, but since nobody's I did see that you actually have the word bear in this, as in shall bear interest, but that's not the use of the word that I just wanted to bring up that I want to make sure that, Brian, if we're going to create the newest, modernest, best landfill for the modern world in the next generation, I want to ensure that we're not inviting bears to come and dine there as they have been, and elk to come and sleep in the compost piles as they have been, because we're actually altering the behavior of animals that they will then pass down to their next generation, and they'll expect to come get a meal at the landfill, and they may not even hibernate any longer after a while.
So Greg,
what
maybe,
can we do with this? That lets us know that we're creating we're not perpetuating a really wrong situation at the landfill.
I would note that this ballot question does not specifically address that issue, because the board did have a presentation on this from CPW, and as a board, I don't think you've landed on a specific solution. There were some solutions talked about. However, what the bonding would accomplish is it would preserve fund balance within the landfill fund, within the enterprise fund, so that there would be funds available once the board landed on a wildlife mitigation strategy. So we don't have a specific project that would be in here. But this would preserve fund balance that would provide for the ability of the board to implement mitigation strategies in the future. I think you heard some conversations about fences and
right, which didn't conclude anything.
And it didn't conclude anything. So we don't have a specific project in here anticipated, but it would preserve fund balance so that at some point in the future, if the board, if there was a new technology, or if we did decide to put a fence, or there is a new razzing technology with drones or whatever it is, that we would have the funds available to implement that. But it is not specifically addressed. Okay. And sorry, Brian, I wanted to jump in on that one.
Well, before you do this, I want to clarify, because in a previous conversation with our treasurer, Liz, I'm thinking,
Liz is,
forgetting your
I'm
title.
the treasurer.
You're the treasurer.
She's the finance director.
She's the finance director. She said, we can't afford to do this. And we weren't sure what this was, but what I heard was, and I think she was saying is, if you want to do what might be an expensive mitigation on keeping the landfill free of wildlife and animals, we might not be able to afford that. And suggested that might be an issue. So I want to make sure it's not. If we're going to go out and try to raise money to cover this, I want to make sure the money's there so somebody doesn't come back and say, oh, we can't afford to do the right thing.
So Greg, bonds do not create revenues. They address cash flow issues. And so if there aren't the revenues available under our current fee structure now, we would have to evaluate the fee structure to accommodate a project. And so bonding really is a cash flow issue when you have a big project that you've got to fund up front and you pay for it then over time. I don't recall that conversation.
That was an offline one, and it was after. It wasn't during a meeting, so it was. And I don't want to call her out because I may have misinterpreted. But what I thought I heard was, we can't afford to do this, or we might not be able to. And
well,
I don't
just that one presentation about that very fancy fencing and electricity.
It was very. It was a lot of money that our fund balance currently.
Where would the bears go? They'd go to Aspen Village, and then we'd have to fence Aspen Village, and then they'd go to Watson Divide. We'd have to fence.
I said we should shoot them with birth control.
Either that, or we have to.
Those are all great,
and it is the plethora of options available to us as left staff without clear direction on that exactly to include.
I just want to make sure that we're
the people
the
at Aspen
bond is
Village with
the
birth
amount is
control.
enough that if it's 22 million and that's
Yeah.
You know, and also that will cover whatever the new modern, what if Steve comes up with a technology to turn milk cartons into diesel fuel?
You can already compost milk cartons.
Well, so presumably if we come up, for example, let's say we have a small plant, this is what Eagle's looking at, to convert a large percentage of their municipal waste to SAF. We still want to evaluate that technology, but let's say it does come out and it proves out and is certified, all that sort of thing. We would presumably be on a timeline where we'd be able to use this bonding authority to address that alternate handling of municipal waste. But we also do not want to put ourselves in a position where we're waiting for that to run a bonding question so that we get a hole that's filled and we don't have anywhere else to put our trash.
Right.
Yeah.
So I copy that. Okay.
That's kind of how. And Brian, I'm sorry I keep stepping in front of you here, but would you be able to comment on the fund balance question and ability to fund wildlife mitigation if the board lands on whether it's Kelly's shooting with birth control idea, electric fences,
Or just close the landfill.
Wildlife management strategy, people.
Yeah.
We could just close the
Like
landfill.
grasshoppers, you put out this feed that has stuff in it that doesn't allow them to reproduce.
Yeah.
It's quite cruel.
Just a couple things, John. I think it totally
Into
depends on what the
grasshoppers?
solution is.
Hold on, Brian, get
But-
closer to your microphone. You're kind of.
Please.
Yeah,
reverb.
it totally depends on what the solution is, of course, but based on the financial analysis, I think we have the financial wherewithal to take care of the bear issue. But-
Thank you.
but
That's all you had to
we need
say.
Figure out what that solution would be.
Perfect
And I would like
answer.
to add to what John was saying about technology and waste to energy. There will always be waste that cannot be completely turned into energy. So we're gonna have to have a place to put waste to some extent. Even the plan in Eagle is just taking municipal solid waste. They're not taking construction and demolition debris, for instance.
They're going for the energy density, the high energy dense waste, not the cinder blocks and the chipboard, which has no energy in it that we can pull out, that we know of.
Maybe we could use bears.
No, the bears are
Yeah,
eating
bears have a lot of fat.
it. Right.
Okay.
Oh, my
Okay,
word.
thank you. Brian just gave me my answer. I am fully in favor of supporting this, and I would call the, ask for a,
I will make a motion.
Motion.
Is that what you're looking for,
thank
Greg?
you, Patty.
First reading and set for public hearing on October, I almost said, on August the 14th.
Oh, we're on vacation.
A resolution of the Board of County Commissioners submitting to the electorate at the election to be held November 5th, 2024, a ballot issue for the Solid Waste Center Fund, authorizing the issuance of bonds for the expansion of the county solid waste center and the pledge of the revenues of the solid waste fund to the payment of such bonds, setting the ballot title and content for the ballot issue to be submitted, and authorizing that all necessary appropriate actions be taken relating to the election for such approval.
I'll second.
Okay, any
No, wait,
further
Bryce got-
comment? I don't
I've
see.
just got one thing, Greg.
Oh,
When this comes back, we need to have a ballot title that
Right.
accompanies this,
right.
so.
Yeah.
Bear-proof landfill expansion.
That needs
my
to be
God, Greg.
incorporated, and that just needs to be incorporated into the resolution.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we'll do that, but we don't have to offer that now.
No, thank you.
We'll.
Did I get a
thanks,
second for my
Thanks,
motion?
Brian.
Yes, you got one.
Thank you,
It's
Ann.
time to vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I love
Aye.
just being able, I just love being able to run the clock on these things.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
DJ, you've been so patient with
DJ's
us.
coming down.
He forgot why he's here.
Yeah, I know. DJ, why are you still
He's
here?
been,
come
he's
every-
been so
every
entertained
Wednesday.
this afternoon, he might not want to go home.
And we keep Ryan. All right.
DJ was laughing in pain. I could see it was an agonized
Everybody's
laugh.
have been here for.
It's like, what are they
Quite a
gonna do to me?
Well, yeah, you're being polite.
Well, good afternoon.
Don't try to suck up to us.
Say good afternoon.
Okay.
Do we let him talk, or do we just move this one forward?
Yeah, okay, looks good to me, DJ. Thanks for coming in.
Perfect. That sounds great.
Public hearing.
Oh, We're at public hearing.
Yeah, let's just vote on this.
No, come on.
I have a question.
Okay. DJ, please.
So I'm DJ Hughes. I'm the road bridge manager. Bringing forth for the second reading, the cooperative Forest Service agreement between U.S. Forest Service and Payton County. This outlines and provides purpose for planning, surveying, designing, construction, and maintenance and enforcement of our Forest Service roads within the county. And I also do feel that I want to allow a little bit of clarification from the last meeting on mileage. The county actually allows 264 county maintained roads. Miles.
264?
264 lane miles of county maintained road. Double that, and it's 528 miles that we actually maintain.
Coming and going.
Coming and going.
Got it, both lanes, okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that.
And
Patty has a question on
Other than that, are there any other changes to this item from when we heard it the first time?
No.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion. Oh, no, it's a public hearing.
It's a public hearing, so I want to open this to a public hearing. I don't know if anybody's online or anyone in the room wants to comment on this item. Hit *9 to raise your hand if you want to comment on this. Maintenance responsibilities for roads on accessing Forest Service lands. I don't see anybody. I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I would entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to approve a resolution for the Board of County Commissioners authorizing acceptance of a promissory note. Oh, no, that's the wrong
This is
one.
approving an intergovernmental
I'm
agreement.
moving you right into Dale's. Approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners and the United States Forest Service, assigning maintenance responsibilities for roads and accessing United States Forest Service lands.
I'll second.
And thank you
we
for
have
what
a
you do.
second further concern that, are there any access issues for bears on this that I need to be aware of?
Just the moose.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, and we're
Aye.
so sorry you had to wait so long.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Okay, so up next, we would have a resolution authorizing acceptance of a promissory note securing a $10 million loan from Great Outdoors Colorado. Dale may be online, and Paul is here in person.
Yeah, we're flip-flopping from first reading here.
How was Wisconsin?
Oh, I don't see Dale.
It was beautiful. It was really great. Yeah, my name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager for Pitkin County Open Space and Trails, and I'm happy to present this second reading of this promissory note from Great Outdoors Colorado, GOCO, securing a $10 million loan to help us with our fund balance since we negotiated and successfully purchased Snowmass Falls Ranch. The keys to this promissory note is that it is a zero interest loan, and we have 3 years to pay it off, and it kind of bridges us, helps us continue to purchase fee properties and conservation easements while we build our fund back up through our mill levy. Nothing has changed from first reading, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, comments?
The only question would be, why in the world wouldn't we?
That's a great question, and I would say there is really no reason. So.
Okay, that's a good question. Comments? Any other comments from? Doesn't look like any.
Want a motion?
And we need to reopen.
Public
Yes, I'm
hearing,
going to
yeah.
open this to public
John.
hearing. Opening this to public hearing. Anybody in the room want to comment on this topic or any other topic related to this? No, just kidding. I don't see anybody online.
Bringing in all three.
I'm going to bring it back to the room. Anybody in the room? I don't know one in the room on this. I'll bring it back. Looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing acceptance of a promissory note securing a $10 million loan from Great Outdoors Colorado.
I'll second.
And we have a second. I'm going
Thank
to say,
everyone for playing the lotto.
Yeah.
To fund GoCo.
Absolutely. Get out there.
this is fantastic. That, you know, I
My
want to.
5-year-old wants to do it every time we're at the grocery store. He's
Oh,
like, can we
good.
buy one of those scratch?
He's a hero. They're heroes.
So, Paul, I think that that we have this, and we see it as often as we do, as a testament to the trust that GoCo has in our program. And is there anything you want to say about that?
No, we've worked successfully with GoCo, for our entirety of our program, and they've been such a great partner. They've helped us purchase several conservation easements, including Steve's and the Harvey's conservation easement. We've got a lot of conservation done through the help of their funds, and we can't thank them enough.
Sunfire, right?
Yeah.
Right, so many, there's so many that come to mind.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we need to vote, though.
Okay, I need a motion.
We have a motion and
Oh,
a second. We just
thank
need to
you.
vote.
Oh, thank you, Francie.
No worries.
All in favor?
Aye. Thanks, Paul.
Okay, thanks,
Aye.
Paul. And Steve says aye also.
There's
Okay,
many more properties as well, but
Now, the next one, you're here for the next, Dale's not here yet, so, or if he's not coming, I don't know. This next is an ordinance authorizing acceptance of the donations of the Dexter Lode mining claim up Castle Creek. And take it away.
yes, I have. I have a map I'm going to put up here, and I'm a little embarrassed to say that we had the wrong map for first reading, so I do have some changes here. And I think I watched the meeting. Steve correctly pointed out he thought this was above the Lindley Hut. It is above the Lindley Hut. It's not on Taylor Pass Road. This is the correct map. We were showing this mining claim as the Dexter Lode, which is owned by Robert Joy, who is wishing to donate it to Pitkin County, which we're happy to accept. We've been accepting mining claims for the past few years. They've been coming in as they've been reassessed, and people have decided they're ready to let them go. And this one is no exception. So this is the actual location. It's located off of Cooper Creek Road, and if anybody is familiar with Ashcroft, the Cathedral Lake Trailhead is up here, and this is where the road splits for Pearl Pass going up this way. This is the road that, to the hut. It's off screen, and this property touches right at a bend in the road there. Even though
Is that where that avalanche was that came down on Lindley Huts? Is that part of that?
I don't know.
It was a while ago.
Yeah.
Just a question, is Cooper Creek just to the north? Is that the gully or the creek to the north of that?
The
or
actual
is that the one
creek?
that it's actually sitting in? I'm just trying to figure out where Cooper Creek actually is.
I could
Not that it matters too much.
I can assume it's probably this one here.
That one, got it, okay.
But I don't know for sure.
Right, there's actually a creek there according to the map. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Dale and I and Betsy Krismanich, who is appraising this property so that Robert Joy can claim a charitable donation, tried to go up there last week, but there was a gate that was locked by the Forest Service, and we were bested. So we're getting closer to getting boots on the ground there, but we will make sure that it's a good-looking piece of property.
Great, thank
You
you.
don't know how to get
Steve,
through those
Steve has a
gates?
question.
I thought I did.
Yeah, Paul, is that on the haul road to the Pitkin Iron mining site? I think it is, but it doesn't show the whole map there.
Yeah.
Rye says yes.
Rai says it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pitkin County actually owns a piece of property towards the end of the road there as well. There's several more mining claims up that road.
Got it. Any other questions? Should I open public comment on this?
Closer look there.
Let's just look online to see if anybody's dropped in. Nope, no change. Nobody in the room wants to comment on this topic. I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I'd entertain a motion to authorize acceptance of the donations of the Dexter Lode mining claim.
So moved.
Seconded.
Thank you.
And all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, and thank Mr. Joy for us.
We will.
Yeah, that was great.
Okay, so land use public hearings. Did anybody say, oh, you're,
We don't have Da.
I'm here for Jakeman Creek.
I mean,
Are we
Leslie.
continuing that? Because we don't have packet info.
Yes, we are continuing that.
Really, taking a little flat foot.
I'm just trying to
let
look
Greg
in the
know
packet
yesterday
for it.
that, yeah.
Where
Yeah,
am I?
so I spoke to the representatives of Jakeman Creek last week. They are still assessing their options and doing a lot more due diligence, understanding their water rights, and it's just taking a lot longer. They do want to keep this application active. They have said they will re-notice it if they need to, but hoping to get another couple months while they weigh their options. If you remember, the direction we got from the board was to see if we could work with them and use open space funds to come up with a solution, and we're still actively doing that. But I think if we go to October 9th, which I think is...
Do we have a meeting?
Come on up, Leslie.
That's distant future.
I know.
Leslie's
but
not
that-
on this one.
We're hoping that'll give them
Yeah,
2
she-
months
She's on
to
the- yeah, she's on the-
get their water rights assessed by the
Do we have a
engineer.
meeting on the 9th?
So,
I think so.
Wait, I got the schedule.
is there anything you want to add to that, Leslie, or are we just gonna, I think we understand the situation.
Paul, I've
If
got
there's
it
anything
right
else
here.
that is necessary, this is a public hearing. I want to open it. Anyone want to
We do
comment
have
on
a
this
meeting on
topic
the 9th.
regarding approval for limited development conservation parcel for the Nichols Family Trust, Jakeman Creek property? Star 9 to raise your hand if you've come online for that. If not, anyone in the room want to comment on that? And I don't think we have anybody online.
I'll make a
Let's take a
motion.
quick look. And,
Just looking at Rye, he's like sitting up taller in his chair.
okay.
I don't know if
Getting
Value-
ready.
I'd entertain a motion for this.
I'll make a motion to continue this item and the public hearing until October the 9th, our BoCC regular meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
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 Great, thanks.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
So is
Thanks,
Tammy
Leslie.
here for the next one, or?
Are we going to Darling Farm?
No, it's continued too.
Okay, we have to continue it, though.
We have to continue it, yeah.
I'll make a motion, since Tammy's not here, to continue the Darling Farm LLC, continue to 8/28, 2024.
Okay, and
And
this
the
is a
public
public
hearing.
hearing. This is a public hearing,
I'll
so I'm
second that.
gonna, you've got us first and a second. I'm just gonna open the public hearing on this topic, the Darling Farm LLC. This is an ordinance rezoning 143 Darling Farm LLC with a PUD overlay, and a resolution approving 143 Darling Farm LLC activity envelope and site plan review, PUD special review, and GMQS exemption for a caretaker dwelling unit. Major amendment, second reading. That, we have a motion to continue that to August 28th, 2024. And we've got a second on that. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. That was quick. Okay, moving right along to the main attraction. This up next, we have the J&A Arbany Family LLP Conservation Development PUD, CDPUD. Leslie's here to talk about these two elements. Hi, Leslie. Welcome.
Hi.
Welcome, everybody. We've got the gangs here
Hi.
and neighbors, friends
Hi.
and neighbors, and
May I sit here?
please.
Yes, absolutely.
Welcome.
Microphone on.
Fine.
So this is, you continued this at your last meeting to today. And this is second reading for the resolution and the ordinance. The ordinance is rezoning the property to CDPUD. And the resolution is the review for the development plan related to the CDPUD. It's the development plan option 3. And the applicant is asking for 4 TDRs in relation to that development plan. An activity envelope is also being established as part of the review. I don't really have anything to present to you all today, but I did amend the resolution based upon Steve's comments with regard to the resolution with regard to fencing. So now I just need to find it. Will that share it?
Maybe you just have to click share on Zoom, so go back to Zoom.
Okay. Share.
And now just go ahead and run a browser.
Go ahead. I don't do this enough to. So it's on page 6 of your resolution, item number 7. There we go. I kept my track changes in there so you could see the changes to the language. And I also had a fairly long, good conversation with John Groves about fencing and what kind of language we should be looking at, particularly with properties that are pretty big properties and have existing fences. And so we're kind of getting at the fencing thing from 2 perspectives. New fencing shall comply with the following unless amended within the conservation easement. So we use conservation easements a lot to identify those kinds of agricultural open space items that are better handled within the conservation easement. Like we're doing the ponds that way, for example. We're not putting activity envelopes around the ponds. And so we thought we'd use the conservation easement to kind of dig in, detail a little bit more about how the fences should be repaired and maintained. And then also new wire fencing shall be approved by Parks and Wildlife to ensure fencing that balances containment of livestock and is wildlife friendly. And that was per a suggestion by John Groves that I put that in there, because we have this fencing language in our code that is kind of it's not a one size fits all. And so John recommended that
Good idea.
he'd like to really get out there and work with the property owners on what works best for them. I think we heard during the presentation from, I think it was Ty, who actually said they have lay down fencing that they, use during the winter and stuff. So John really wants to get out there and work with the property owner, and particularly with new fencing.
Yeah, I think that's way better than something specific.
Right, right. So other than, I just wanted to orient you guys again to the property. The area in red is the J&A Albany Trust land, 160 acres. And then we have the Pitkin County open space property, and we have John Starr's property and Mr. Booth's property, and then we have the Jennifer Boutard property. And if you recall from our site visit, we went up North Thompson Creek Road, and the property is accessed by North Thompson Creek Road. So Jocelyn, unless the board has any questions for me.
Questions off the bat, comments?
Nope.
Okay, Jocelyn.
Do you want me to stop sharing?
Thanks.
No, because I can't ever seem to log into the Zoom.
Can I just comment? I would just note on the reso, we have to add a verb under your red line. New fences shall
Comply.
with the following.
It's to be determined.
Nice job.
Well, if you notice, what I showed you on the screen is different than what was in your packet because I was working it again this morning, so.
Let me check, Leslie.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So I have nothing to add. I'm here to answer questions if anyone has. We're happy with the fencing modification to the resolution, and the Albany family is happy to work with whoever gets out there to work on fencing and such. And I think the lay down fencing, I think they'll be happy with that, but we'll let them work those details out together, as well as the details of the conservation easement.
No, I'm good.
I'll make a comment. It's not a question. I'd just like to make a comment. I still totally support this. I think it's one of the best TDR applications we've seen in terms of the value of the land and keeping it remote and undeveloped, and I'm for it.
Thanks, Francie. Steve, do you have anything?
Well, I would ask about the road access issue, which I understand has been a problem in some of the discussions. Has that been resolved by the landowners?
So the Albany's position is that they submitted their application based on the historic use of the road that is North Thompson Creek Road, a road they've been using for approximately 93 years to access the property. And it's my understanding that if they were to be developing this property by submitting a subdivision application or wanting to build or further develop the property, that the Albany's would be required maybe to document additional validity of that easement. But for purposes of not doing anything with the property other than what they've been doing, that the historic use is adequate. And I can defer to Rye on that.
My mic is on, so I'm good. So when the Albany family submitted this land use application, it was reviewed by community development with help from the attorney's office. And part of that review, that completeness review, is a review of the access requirements in the land use code, which require sufficient demonstration of access for the purpose of the development proposed. And as Jocelyn mentioned, the community development and the attorney's office determined that the application was complete, including a review of the access, which was based on a showing of historic use of the road. Jocelyn's generally correct. The land use code does require a demonstration of access for the proposed development. And in this case, that proposed development was very limited. So that showing of historic use was sufficient for determining the application complete.
Great. Thank you. Anything else? This is a public hearing. So I want to open this up to anyone who's online. First, *9 to raise your hand if you're online and would like to comment. I see a hand up from Joseph Bertard. Go ahead, Joseph.
Good afternoon, Council. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. For the record, my name is Joseph Bertard. I'm representing Jennifer Bertard, the property owner on North Thompson Creek. Her property is the one that is requiring the access for all the private properties over there in the North Thompson Creek area. We've been working very closely with the Albany's and the Albany's attorney on now a second version of a easement. They have indicated throughout the past couple months that they were willing to sign an easement. Just going back in history, you guys will remember that Pickens County had to also sign an easement to access the property that they purchased up there as well. They are on their second version of an easement. They have a deadline for Tuesday at midnight to sign that second easement. Full disclaimer, that easement was submitted to them today because of several revisions that were being made through that. Up until this point, we were in support of their application, contingent on a signed legal easement that we have been working with them very closely on. However, we would oppose the approval of this application because they do not have legal right through our property. You know, on the maps, we've asked them to change it multiple times, and it's still showing that it's a North Thompson Creek Road. We've worked with the Forest Service on this. We've worked with the legal counsel on this. Our attorney has also worked with the Pickens County Council on this. And so we're kind of caught off a little off guard right now, saying that they're relying, or their crutch is the prescribed easement, when that has not been indicated. I was, we've been in close communication with them throughout this process, and we were under the impression that they were signing an easement with us.
Thank you, Joseph. Just want to clarify, you're obviously family. Are you also representing as an attorney in some way, or just...
No, sir. Representing Jennifer Bertard. Jennifer Bertard, Jerry Bertard are my parents. So I'm representing the property owner. We have an attorney. She's the one that has prepared, all of the legal easements and has been working with the Arbanese.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for your comment. I'm going to close. Let's see if there's anybody else online who'd like to comment, and then I'll go to the room. Just want to see, is there anyone else there? Anyone else here would like to comment on this? It doesn't look like it. Levi's one of ours. Okay, I'm going to bring it to the room. Would anybody in the room like to comment on this application? I don't see any hands coming up, going, gone. I'm going to bring it back to the board. Patty.
Yeah, I think this is an amazing parcel. I think the site visit really showed us the beauty of that entire valley up there, and I commend the family for their 93 years of ownership and passion for this land. I think it's appropriate for the 4 TDRs. I think the amount of development, we really appreciate the family's responsibility or responsiveness to maintaining the nature of that end of that valley there, and the amenities to the wildlife is just huge. So I would like to move forward with this. I think that their application was deemed complete with access based on historic nature. So Greg, when you're ready, I will because we have to do 2.
I go around the.
Well, let me just ask Leslie. We have to do 2, Leslie, right? An ordinance and a reso. Which one should come first?
Excuse me. The flow for this is to rezone the property first, followed by a resolution approving the development plan. And I will, while I'm speaking, I'll just make a quick clarification for the record. Pitkin County did not purchase or enter into any easement with any third party, including the owners of the Bertard family, in connection with our purchase of what is now known as TD Ranch. The county is the beneficiary of an easement across the Bertard property that was obtained by the seller of what is now TD Ranch when we purchased the property. So we didn't enter into that ourselves. So
thank you for that.
That was done by a third party.
Thank you, Rye. I'm still entertaining comments. Steve?
Well, in light of Joseph's comment, I wonder if we should continue this until the parties have actually signed an road easement agreement, just so there is no doubt on that it's all a done deal, and they're both in agreement on the road thing, and then that leaves totally a clear path forward for us. And I'm just wondering if we should continue it rather than pass it today. I'm totally in favor of passing it. It's a good proposal. I really like it. But I pose that question to you guys.
Could I hear your opinion on that, Rye?
Sure. There's no legal impediment to you all adopting the ordinance and the resolution today. A decision to continue it while this issue, which is an issue between the applicant and a third party, that's totally up to the discretion of the board. But there is no current legal impediment for you to take the proposed actions that are in front of you today. The ultimate status of North Thompson Creek Road is also not a decision that's in front of the board today, or I should say, well, just that. There is no disposition on the status of the road. The county accepted the application and deemed it complete based on the showing of legal access from the applicant at the time the application was deemed complete. So you may move it forward. Steve's making a suggestion to hold off. I don't know what that looks like ultimately. That could be a many months, if not years, process, while an ultimate disposition between the Arbany family and the Bertards are resolved through a court process or something like that. So just be aware of that. Of course, any action by the board today does not foreclose any further action between the applicant and any other third parties regarding the status of the road. So if there's some desire on anybody's part to have a court resolve that, that is an option that's available to them.
Thank
I
you.
don't
Was
wanna
there a
wait.
question?
No, I don't want to wait. I'd like to go forward with it. I don't know where the Starks and the Perrys are in this or any of that. I don't really know. I'm sad about it. But I would like to pass it today.
Thank you, Francie.
motion?
I'm
I
still
thought maybe you wanted
entertaining
to-
questions or comments.
We
Do
have
you
to
a
do two
comment?
separate.
I'm happy to make a motion, but I'm also happy to
I'm
listen.
gonna finish off the comments before we do a motion, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's fine. No, I'm prepared to pass this today. There's been no substantive changes since we first heard the full presentation. Thank you to the family for inviting us up there. It was a highlight of the summer for my kids and I. And, you know, I'm relying on the guidance of the attorney's office on this legal question and feel confident to do so.
Okay, I'm gonna poll my board now that I've heard. Are you interested in
I'm ready
continuing
to
or
make a
passing?
motion to move it forward.
Okay, so we've got,
Two
sounds like
motions.
we've got 3 in favor of moving it forward, Steve, so I think.
I would move it forward today also.
Okay, so my comments are following. I was prepared to continue it if it looked like it was going that way. My concerns, and I want to clarify things I said in the last meeting. I'm most concerned about the TDRs, the use of the TDRs, and I want to make sure the applicant understands that the TDRs are a volatile instrument that if just if you look in the last year or two, they've dropped in value dramatically. So I'm not sure what you expect to gain from the TDRs, but you could be in for a surprise. I can say that we have been putting TDRs on the market, which probably lowers the value of them as the pool of TDRs increases. We've also limited the ability of people to use TDRs to build houses. So we've taken two TDRs away from every land use application who wanted to build a big house. We've lowered the house size by 5,000 feet roughly. So that takes 2 potential TDRs out. So all I'm doing is warning the applicant that the TDRs might not be what you anticipate them being. And then for my board, I just want to say, the TDRs do create an inflation of property values in rural and remote and elsewhere on Forest Service land all over the place. And what we're finding is that as the TDRs are of high value, they cause an inflation for all property, which is going to affect transfers all around the valley. And I think we're seeing that already. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware and warned that it's not cash dollars, it's a volatile instrument. Tesla stock might be a better bet. I don't know, but I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
I will make a motion. The first one is to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners rezoning the J&A Arbany Family LLLP property from RS 30, which is Resource 30 Acre, to CD PUD Conservation Development Planned Unit Development, and amending the zoning map to reflect this change.
I'll second that.
And we have a
Second the
second.
motion.
Francie, okay, we've got Steve and Francie both seconded. I'm just going to call the question. Unless further conversation, anybody want to add anything before I do? Running the clock, it's only 4:20.
Aye.
Okay, all in favor, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I would like to make a second motion now, since we passed the rezoning, to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving the J&A Arbany Family LLLP Conservation Development Plan Unit Development CDPUD Plan. Leslie, thank you for these titles. GMQS exemption and activity envelope review.
I'll second.
Okay, and I think I need to reopen the public hearing on that, is that correct? Okay, this is a public hearing.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for hands up with a *9 if you want to make a comment. I'm looking online, not seeing anything. And then I'm looking to the room. Anybody would like to make a comment on this resolution? I don't see any hands up. I'm bringing it back to the board. And is there a
Kelly
race
was
to make
first.
a-
I want to make a comment.
You want to make a comment? Go ahead, Kelly first. Then comment or a motion, that's up to you.
I already made a
Shared
motion.
management, and we already have
Oh,
a second.
we're back. Thank you.
I will
You beat me to the
say
public
that
hearing.
while the TDR program is not perfect, I do not think there has been any application that I have seen where I have felt more comfortable having TDRs issued on a property, including all of the TDRs severed off of the backside of Aspen Mountain, given the remote and pristine nature of this property. I think it's exactly what is meant, and I'm curious to drive around Aspen and like point to whatever house the TDR lands in. Thank you.
Funny. Okay.
And I again just want to thank the family for your love and passion for that land and how much we appreciate it. And we can't wait to see you. Isn't it 7 years you can come in to register the ranch as is it a centennial or a heritage?
Centennial farm.
Centennial.
7 more
Because
years.
that would be our second one in Pitkin County, and I know that Jeffrey has offered to help you through that process. So I'll speak for him today. It's amazing, and we thank you.
And he'll still be here.
He should be.
7 years.
If he gets elected again and again.
And I guess I would just add that I really hope that this gets resolved smoothly and soon and amicably and is able to continue the relationship between the families in a positive way.
Thank you, Francie. Steve, any question, comment? Last word.
No, the same sentiments that have been expressed already.
Okay, thank you.
Good project. Let's go for it.
I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Aye.
it
Thank you.
passes. They
I
both
really made up
passed.
time. Wow. Thanks.
Yeah, we did.
Thank you all.
Thank you all for coming. Thanks for sticking
And
around.
thank you all.
Good luck on the market.
Yeah. We need to run over and see which petitions. They had a bag for us, like probably all three.
Okay. What else is
Greg,
on
can
our
we
list?
take just a 2-minute, I just want to run to the clerk's office before 4:30.
Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute break?
I'll go with you.
What are we taking a break for?
Okay, welcome back.
They didn't
It's
take this.
Wednesday, July 24th. This is the Board of County Commissioners. The last item on our agenda is open discussion. And I can't think of any, but I bet Steve or Patty or Francie or Kelly or John will.
I do not have any. Staff has none.
We were gonna defer your request for $1,000.
Oh, see, thank you for reminding me.
Those people who are already sponsoring it, that's where we left that.
Thank you. Francie's going to turn your mics on.
I'm fairly clear-headed today.
All right,
Yesterday
here are
was
the
so
people who are
fun.
sponsoring this clear meeting on the 22nd of August in Aspen, Colorado. Garfield Clean Energy, Holy Cross Energy, Alpine Bank, Rural Climate Partnership, Eagle County, the Nature Conservancy, the Alliance for Collective Action, Aspen International Mountain Foundation, Bedrock Energy, Aspen Sustainability Department, Community Office for Resource Efficiency, Walking Mountains and Climate Action Collaborative, Energy Smart Colorado, and Wild Rose Education.
Okay, thank you for that. So those are the sponsors of this event. I think that the ultimate purpose of this event is something that we are aligned with. And I think that it would be a sign of good faith in which are often difficult times, putting these things together and getting consensus. And what we're trying to do is create regional climate solutions and conformity in some ways, standardization of how we do climate solutions. And so I think that I would like to ask our board to join all the other sponsors as a entry level, or I was going to say $1,000 sponsor that will help them make this thing happen. And I'm going to read what it is. It's called Energizing Climate Solutions, Rural, Resort, and Energy Transition Communities. Bill Ritter Jr., former governor, who's the founder of the new Center for the New Energy Economy. Dr. John Kreitz, the CEO of Rocky Mountain Institute and Pete Buttigieg's former boss. Rural Climate Partnerships, Casey Becker, former Speaker of the Colorado House. Elizabeth Velasco speaking. The Bezos Earth Fund, Nature Conservancy, Colorado Fiscal Institute, and several other groups involved. They've invited electeds, they've invited people who are influencers and movers and shakers in the climate community to talk about, really policy in climate solutions in a collaborative forum. So that tells me that I want to be there, and I plan to be there. But I also would like to ask if our board could support it with a sponsorship, and I think the amount would be $1,000 is what I'd ask for.
Do we have money still in our discretionary fund, John?
Yes.
The minimum amount is 500 that they're asking.
That's their lowest sponsorship, yes, 500.
Well, I'd definitely like to support it, especially given that Eagle County is Encore, which is us.
And we don't have to travel to get to it.
There's that.
You do. Francie's got to come up Valley.
Not me. I'm
Does it
going to
come with
be
any
at the Water
registrations?
Congress.
I haven't asked if it comes with registrations.
Don't know the answer to
I'd
that.
say we register whoever wants to be registered and subtract that from our donation sponsorship. How's that?
Well, it's $1,000 resignation.
Someone paying you to
Registration.
resign?
Oh, is Steve still
I'm
here? Steve, are
resigning
you
from
still there?
this discussion.
One of the reasons I'd like to do it is that Core and Clear have not worked well together over the years because of you-know-who. And so I would like to do this as a
Olive branch.
yes, as an olive branch.
But you know
And
who is
I'm-
still there.
I know, but I still think it's ridiculous that we don't work together.
And we do actually work together at times, but
Yeah.
you're right, it is often fraught with odd difficulty. Steve, do you have any opinion? So I think I hear a yes from Francie. Steve, what's your take on this climate solutions? I plan on attending, so we'll be well represented. I think some of our staff will plan to be there. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Can you hear me? Uh-oh. I think maybe he can't. Hey, Steve, can
I
you
think
hear
that
us?
Silence is a no, isn't
Silence is a yes. And silence is consent. Remember, that's what Peacock always tells us. Your silence is consent. So I don't think Steve can hear us.
Hello? Testing?
I want to hear why Patty doesn't want to.
Kelly,
Well, I'm fine to fund it. I don't,
Okay.
I don't know why, why 1,000, why not 500 without knowing.
Can you hear us now, Steve?
Remaining amount
remaining amount.
of
I
discretionary
can hear now.
funds.
Oh, there you are. Steve, I don't know if
Well,
you
not
heard, we
knowing
just
how
had the
much money they've
conversation
raised
about
already.
being a sponsor for the Clear Climate Solutions event, and I just read the introduction. I think you've probably seen the invite for that. Would you support us as a $1,000 sponsor of that event?
Yes, I would.
Okay,
Do
and we
we
can
know
ask
what
them
we
to
get for
subtract
that?
my entry fee and Michael Port's, I think, and, we can.
Yeah, I
we
may
can-
go.
And Kelly may go. So we can ask him to subtract that from the $1,000. We'll tell him we want to send anybody who wants to go. How's that? And I think we're still in the ballpark.
Is there any clarity as to what we get as a sponsor? We generally get,
Well, we get a banner on there,
we get our name
flyer.
on their letterhead?
a banner on the flyer for, the events. So we'll have our banner there, yeah. We do know that.
And it sounds like Greg's gonna ask for admission. And we get the furtherance of environmental education.
So I will contact them and propose that, and if they say no, it's money saved. If they say yes, we're in. Thank
You'll
you.
let me know, Greg?
And I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there anything else on open discussion?
Well, I would just encourage you guys to read the letters from the coalition and agree to sign them because we're trying to get them published tomorrow.
Will do. That'll be my
Thank you.
next task.
Francie, what are the details of the meeting tomorrow? Would I be able to zoom into it?
They're not Zoomed. They're in a space they're at the Basalt Library. Is it at the library tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not a notice BoCC
And
meeting.
you would be the third BoCC
Okay.
member. Yeah.
You'll have to get
Okay.
it third hand.
I have I sent you that, it might be one edition back, the one I sent you today. But there aren't significant changes between that and the one I got a few minutes ago.
I think we just clarified some language about
I
it.
had said to put my name on it, but do I need to read the newest version just to
Not if
clarify that?
not if you're okay with some editing changes.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Okay, thank you. Any other open discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all.
Good job.
Out at 4:42.
So no,
Do you
no,
want to
no.
talk?